powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you deny funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
So do you know how long the company has been in existence? 22 years?
No, I didn't. It's when you reached out to us and mentioned that you're 22 years, and I think that's shocking. I've followed, GhanaWeb for quite a while, more than a decade, but I wouldn't have pegged you guys for having been in existence for more than 2 decades, and I think that's really positive for you guys. You've served the nation really well with the kind of contents that you've delivered to your readers over the past years, and I think that it's been a pleasure, having worked with you. For me at Soccerbet, and for every other reader out there, I'm sure they'll be really pleased to know that you've been in existence for 22 years. We want to, from here at Soccerbet, what we want to say to you at GhanaWeb, to your management, to your staff, is congratulations for this particular feat. It's been an amazing journey, I'm sure, and I want to wish you all the best going forward for the years to come. Everything that you do, may it work well for you. May you go beyond your boundaries and continue to serve the entire populace.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
I want to thank you for all the work you have been doing to promote reconciliation and unity in Dagbon. I don't think there's anybody, either in Dagbon or in Ghana, who today can regret or quarrel with your ascension to the nameship of Dagbon. You are the proper, fitting person to sit on that skin today.
Your Excellency, through your declaration of 2021 as the second year of roads, the long-awaited Lot 6 of Eastern Corridor Road project is finally progressing steadily. The people of Bimbala are exceedingly grateful to you and cannot wait to express our joy for the promise of a dual carriage within the Bimbala township.
Your re-election is indicative of the fact that the people of Dagbon have had to say thank you for bringing peace to our kingdom. In the Myong Enclave, Your Excellency, our people have had to say thank you for the many projects that are touching our lives. These include, but not limited to, the connection of over 30 communities to the national electricity grid under the Rural Electrification Program and the IPEP.
Very happy to see you here because your presence on the skin of this very famous skin of Myong is testament to the enduring part of the settlement in Dagbon that has brought peace and stability, reconciliation and harmony once again to the affairs of the kingdom of Dagbon. That settlement is today the envy of the world. The processes that brought the settlement into being, its implications, are now part of the subject of discussions at the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard University in America. They study the Dagbon settlement. So you're part of a big history that is being made. And we want to congratulate you in it and your part in making that history happen. We are at a very challenging period of history, especially in our neighborhood, when the West African and Sahelian region are today victims of terrorist outrages and violent extremists. So the need for us to remain united as a people and ensure the stability and peace of our region cannot be overemphasized. And I want to congratulate you and the people of Muir for contributing to this process.
Today marks a historic occasion for the people of the Yo traditional area in the Savelugu Municipal Assembly as you embark on inspection of ongoing development projects initiated by your government. Your Excellency, one of the projects is the construction of a rice processing factory in Savelugu Municipality, which is under the Technology Solutions Center with funding from the Rural Enterprise Program of the government. The importance of the rice processing factory cannot be underestimated, as it will add value to the production of rice, increase income of rice farmers, and create employment for the people in the area.
The industrial development of which the rice processing factory is a part is going to gain even greater momentum here in Savelugu. And I want to put on record my appreciation and gratitude for the 2,000 acres of land that you have dedicated to the Ministry of Trade as an industrial park to get industrial activity going here in Savelugu. The people of Savelugu are privileged to have such a far-sighted traditional ruler as yourself, one which will even take on the advocacy of appealing for secondary schools in other parts of the country which are not under his control. The MP is here. He should be very happy to hear that you have made this plea on his behalf.
Then the boilers which are out there, and then down here we have the quick dryers. So the moment that you go through that whole system, the rice is dried with the humidity improved before it gets into the rice mill itself. So that is the first part of the milling, which is called the parboiling. The rice mill here is able to deliver 1.5 tons per hour of rice that has been polished. The parboiled rice basically comes into this tank, and And then it comes to first the cleaner, so that it takes out every debris that is not wanted. Then it comes to the destoner. It removes out, or takes out all the stones before it comes to the paddy separator, and then it comes to the whitener. Now, by the time it comes, it polishes it, whitens it, and then when it gets to the last part of the machine, it then grades it. So the very small ones, separated from the long ones. The separator is actually a laser separator. So as long as you calibrate it properly, you can separate the size of rice. And then the padding and the husk and everything that comes out can then be taken out, which we can use to prepare stuff like pig feed and stuff like that.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Secretary to the President, the Attorney General and senior officials of the Presidency, and our distinguished guests to Jubilee House. Good morning to you all. Mr. President, following the nomination of Mr. Kisi Ajibeli as the Special Prosecutor and his subsequent approval by Parliament, we are here to witness the swearing-in ceremony of the Special Prosecutor designate. And before we proceed further, may I introduce Mr. Kisi Ajibeli. May I now invite Mr. President to administer the oath of office and
It's 2 oaths, is it? 2 oaths. Yeah, 2 oaths.
Oath of office and oath of secrecy.
Okay. So you should have two oaths in your file, is that it? All right. You will insert your name where appropriate and say after me. I,
Kisi Ajibeli,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That I will at all times.
That I will at all times.
Well and truly serve.
Well and truly serve.
The Republic of Ghana.
The Republic of Ghana.
In the office of Special Prosecutor.
In the office of Special Prosecutor.
And that I will uphold.
And that I will uphold.
Preserve.
preserve,
protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana as by law established.
the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana as by law established.
So help me God.
So help me God.
The next is the oath of secrecy. The same pattern. I,
Kisi Ejabin,
holding the office of Special Prosecutor,
holding the office of Special Prosecutor,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear,
that I will not directly or indirectly,
that I will not directly or indirectly,
communicate or reveal to any person,
communicate or reveal to any person,
any matter which shall be brought under my consideration,
any matter that shall be brought under my consideration,
or shall come to my knowledge,
in
the discharge of my official duties, except as may be required, for the discharge of my official duties,
or
as may be specially permitted by law, so help me God.
So help me God.
Mr. President, we present the instrument of appointment.
Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. Mask, please. The mask off.
The Special Prosecutor is signing the oath.
Start to face.
Sure.
Stand this way. Stand this way.
Mr. President, may sign his oath. Now respectfully invite Mr. President to address the Special Prosecutor.
Chief of Staff at the Office of the President and officials of the Presidency, Attorney General and Minister for Justice, the National Security Coordinator, Member of Parliament from Praeso constituency, Nananum traditional rulers, fellow Ghanaians, ladies and gentlemen. Let me welcome all of you warmly to the seat of the nation's presidency, Jubilee House, for this important function, which has direct consequences for the proper ordering of our state. I want to begin by congratulating Mr. Kisi Ajami on his appointment as the second occupant of the Office of Special Prosecutor. The wide acceptance of his nomination by the Ghanaian people and the nature of his performance during Parliament's approval process are for me indications that the confidence I reposed in him to discharge one of the most critical functions of state was not misplaced. Ladies and gentlemen, my party, the New Patriotic Party, and I came to office in 2017 with the commitment and indeed an overwhelming mandate from the Ghanaian people to fashion an additional instrument to fight the canker of corruption that had taken firm root in every aspect of national life and was visibly gnawing at the heart of the Ghanaian state. The genuineness of that commitment to create an independent, non-partisan body with the relevant professional capability to lead the fight and hold public officials, past and present, accountable for their stewardship of public finances, was made manifest in the appointment of a very senior figure from the opposite side of the political divide to establish and head this very significant office. The appointment, as you will recall, was met with stiff opposition by some members from both sides of the aisle. In spite of the unfortunate events that led to the departure of the first occupant of the office, I do not regret making that appointment. On my part as President of the Republic, I ensured that the office was adequately resourced to enable it to carry out its mandate. I'm, however, consoled by the off-cited statement that there is no use crying over spilt milk. So when the Attorney General and Minister for Justice, Godfrey Yeboah-Dame, on 16th April 2021, moved to nominate Mr. Kisi Ajabin under Section 13, Clause 3 of Article 959, for consideration as the second occupant of the office of Special Prosecutor, I accepted the nomination. Having been called to the Ghana Bar in October 2003, holding a Bachelor of Laws LLB degree from the University of Ghana and Master of Laws degrees from Dalhousie University and Cornell Law School, having acted as a criminal law lecturer at the Faculty of Law, University of Ghana, Lagos, and also engaged in private law practice, it is clear that Mr. Kisi Ajabin is eminently qualified to occupy the office of Special Prosecutor. He has the capacity, the experience, the requisite values, and intellectual strength to succeed in this vital position. I urge the new Special Prosecutor to bear in mind at all times that the office carries an extraordinary responsibility to fight corruption independently and impartially. The Special Prosecutor, as the Act states in its preamble, shall, quote, have full authority and control over the investigation, initiation, and conduct of proceedings of alleged or suspected corruption and corruption-related offenses involving public officers and politically exposed persons in the performance of their functions, as well as persons in the private sector involved in the commission of alleged or suspected corruption and corruption-related offenses, unquote. The remit of the office, as you can see, is broad and challenging. I want to assure Mr. Kisi Ajabin, like I did his predecessor, that not only will the executive, including the Attorney General, respect scrupulously the independence of his office, but also will provide him with whatever assistance is required to enable him to discharge his high duties effectively in the interest of the Ghanaian people. Indeed, all institutions of state will work and cooperate with him in the same spirit which he articulated at his approval proceedings in Parliament. Very much aware that the activities of the Office of Special Prosecutor, no matter how vigorous, cannot provide the entire panacea to the problem of corruption. It must be supported by other institutions and the cooperation of all. Government will continue to give stronger budgetary assistance to the other constitutionally mandated institutions that hold government accountable and help fight corruption. That is the Auditor General, Parliament, Judiciary, the Police Service, the Ministry of Justice, the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, SHRAJ, and the Economic and Organized Crime Office, EUCO. It should be the objective of our generation to build a new Ghanaian civilization where the rule of law is not a slogan, but an operating principle for the development of our state, where the separation of powers is real and meaningful, where public officials behave with honesty and trust, where the liberties and rights of our people are fully protected, and where law and order provide a firm basis for our social and economic transformation, so that the dreams of freedom and prosperity that animated the great patriots who founded our nation can find expression in our time. Congratulations once again are very much in order, Mr. Kisia Jabin, and I wish you Godspeed in the discharge of your duties. May God bless the new special prosecutor and us all, and may God bless our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong.
Thank Mr. President for his address. May I now invite Mr. Kisia Jabin, the special prosecutor, to respond to Mr. President's remarks.
Your Excellency, the President. Get used to it. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic, the Chief of Staff, the Secretary to the President, officials at the Presidency, my mate and friend, the Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Nanano, MP from Paiso, and all invited guests here. Mr. President, I deem it a great honor that I have been given this opportunity to serve my nation in this high office. And I express my gratitude for the confidence you have reposed in me. Mr. President, we are confronted by two pandemics. One is a health crisis, and its outlook is very macabre. The other is not a health crisis, but it is also a pandemic, which is corruption itself and corruption-related activities. The zeal with which your administration has approached the fight in respect of the health crisis, I also see in respect of the other pandemic, which is corruption. And as I come into this office, I pledge to the people of Ghana, as I said exactly 2 weeks ago, that I'm going to work assiduously with deliberation to suppress and repress corruption. I said 2 weeks ago at Parliament that I will not be naive to assume that I am coming to stop corruption. It is innate in humans. But as much as possible, my office is going to drive it down and repress it to its barest minimum. When my name was mentioned as the nominee for this position, much was said about my nomination. Nothing was said about nothing negative was said about my competence. Everything had to do with my youthfulness, my age. But if that is so, Mr. President, I can only express the thanks of the youth of this nation that you have given youthful persons the opportunity to serve, just as my friend and mate, the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice. And the youth of this nation should feel proud that they have their own represented in such high offices. This is our time, the youth of this nation, to carry on up the development of our nation. Mr. President, I thank you very much. I express my profound gratitude. And if you don't mind, if I may acknowledge the presence of a few people. And to my immediate right is a Maria Hine of Kwau, the Kwau State. That's Nana Bafo Yabua Eswami. After him is the Impraiso Adonten Hine and not Hima Adonten Hine. Nana Efia Kwabia Sante. After that is the Honorable Davis Opoku, the MP for Impraiso constituency. And then my own reflection, Mr. Sefa Ejabin. Then after him is Mr. Seth Asante, who is also my godfather. And then, last but definitely not the least, the Omahini Aso, Nana Safaka Eji Tebi. May God bless Ghana. May God bless us all. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Special Prosecutor. Special Prosecutor, we now have photo session with Mr. President.
Let's go.
Um, 22 is not, what do you call it? It's not a small feat in terms of a business. Running a business from the scratch to 22 years is something that you should applaud yourself for. That's number one. Number two, from where you started from and where the space, that media space has gotten to right now, I think you've actually paid some of your, what do you call it? You've made it more creditable, you've made that medium more creditable, and you've made it more profitable for brands such as what we have in our portfolio. I did say that you've done a good job. I would say that you keep doing more. You add more content, you try and be dynamic in terms of what you offer your clients, just as us. Let's continue to grow together. Let's continue to explore the different new channels, digital new channels that will come up, and then see how best we can make good use of them. Yeah, that's it. And I did say kudos to all you guys. You've done your best, and we hope to see more of GhanaWeb around in the next maybe 50 years to 100 years. Yeah.
Guys, I'm in the Eastern region, one of my favorite regions, and guys, I'm about to see one beautiful waterfall I've not had a chance to see, and I'm not alone, guys. You asked for her and she's here, Miss Drew. Guys, you know what I like about her? She does something similar to what I do. Her energy matches my energy. Come on. And guys, we're about to see this waterfall. Are you ready?
The most beautiful in Ghana, apparently. So
yeah,
we're going to see.
Miss Drew also has a YouTube channel.
Yes, I do. Make sure you like and subscribe and comment, Miss Drew TV. Hey, it's an honor to be on Stella Chanel's channel. Oh my God.
Guys, you want to enjoy more of this? Let's go right into the video.
You got to let it go. You got to let it go. You got to let it go. You got to let it go.
Asinima Waterfall is one of the hidden gems in the Eastern region. It's located about 1 hour 30 minutes drive from Accra. The drive to get here has wonderful and beautiful views across the hills, which is common in the eastern region. After parking, it takes about 10 minutes walk to the waterfall. Guys, look at this. This means we are so close to the waterfall. Miss Drew, how excited are you? Hey! How many waterfalls have you done in Ghana?
So I have done 9 waterfalls and there are 22 waterfalls in Ghana. So we're taking them off slowly. I'm trying to finish all of them, guys.
I think this will be my sixth waterfall. Yeah.
See, we're nearly there, guys. This is why we're about this life, okay? We're about this life. Stella and Drew. You'll see more travel videos. Now I have a partner.
I know, right?
Thank you.
Guys, you asked for it. Those of you who were in my comment section are like,
and mine
they have
too.
to see Drew. They have to see Drew finally.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Are you excited?
I mean, water just makes me happy.
So guys, this is how the waterfalls look like. To enter into the waterfall.
Yes.
And bikini check. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Oh my photos. I left them in the car. I left them at home. But you know my car is empty.
So let's go. Let's go.
Oh my god. Woo. Woo. How does it feel?
It's so cold.
Woo. Cold.
Woo. Woo. It's so cold. I think we need to ask him if it's very deep. Right.
Wait, hold on. I'm coming.
hit you like stones.
It could be quite massaging.
I know, right? This is free massage.
Look at that. Over my hair, guys.
He's chilling. Okay. close to the waterfall, so you have to be like very careful.
And
is this your first time swimming in the waterfall?
So I've been to waterfalls and I've been under, but I've never been under a waterfall like I did today. I mean, I just washed my hair and it was very good, but let's hear that this water is good for my hair. Natural
water. And then the fact that the water keeps hitting your back, like it's some form of massaging you.
Like honestly, it's a whole
terrific
experience.
Yeah.
Hey, I think you guys should come.
You need to come here.
Make sure.
This is Ghana.
Come on.
This is Accra. No,
yes,
this is Accra. This is the Eastern region. Maize. So he's roasting maize. Hey. Is it ready?
No, this one's ready.
Ashio, Anna.
Ashio.
Oh, so it's not done?
No.
Let me see how it looks if it's gonna. Oh, yummy. This one we have to wait for it. But you're better train. The maize is ready. So guys, this brings us to the end of this vlog. I hope you enjoyed your time with us.
Yes, we had a great time. I had a great time anyway.
Yeah, this was so fun. It was so fun to film, and it was nice meeting you, Drew, for the first time.
Listen, but it's the first time, but it's not the last.
Yes. And this is not going to be the last. Yeah,
no,
definitely.
No. We've got lots more to do. I have a travel buddy.
So what do you think about this waterfall?
No, I actually just love it, you know. I think it's very peaceful, the area.
Very serene.
Very, very peaceful, very serene. I love the greenery. The greenery is, I mean, I'm telling you guys, something about nature. It just makes me so happy. Are you cold? I'm cold. You're cold? Right now, you see, she should come to London.
I'm just coming from Nairobi, and Nairobi is so cold, and then my subscribers were like, this is not cold. Yeah, you see like negative what. I'm like,
she hasn't been anywhere yet. But no, honestly, I think it was beautiful. It wasn't expensive, but we didn't really pay.
Yeah, we didn't pay. We just had to give the guy something small because he was like taking care of our stuff. And so I'm sure even if you come here and you need to pay, it should be like 10 cedis, 5 cedis, but it shouldn't be more than that.
No, not at all.
Yes.
But also, I mean, I think when you also come here, you can come and spend the day. There is a picnic. You have a picnic, a little private party. Weekdays, it seems like weekdays are more quieter than the actual weekends. So come along, and when you do come, remember that we brought you there.
Do want to also subscribe to her YouTube channel. Tell her Stella Chanel.
Yes, I want to see Stella.
Join her family because her energy is on another level, guys.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, she has traveled the whole of Ghana just as I am, and
the videos will be up soon. I just need to help edit. I mean, I think nearly everybody knows that Drew is taking long with editing, but they will come. Don't worry, they will come.
Until next time on my YouTube channel. Mwah, mwah. I brought Drew to my favorite fufu joint in Ibri. This is how it looks like. The fufu was 5 cedis with meat and goat. And then
I got this thing with a crown.
I've been here before. This is my second time here. And this place is called Asete. Say Asete.
Asete.
Exactly.
I learned it means the table has been set.
Yes.
The table has been set.
The food is ready.
The food is ready.
So you guys are invited. Oh, the meat is so hot. I'm going to be trying the meat first.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Continue thriving and obviously achieve higher, and everybody knows that even though I'm not working with them again, but my personal relationship with the owner and many of the management and the staff, it is where my heart is. So I wish them very well, but I'm sure that even without wishes they will still do very well.
The wait is over. Sarkodie has finally released his 7th studio album. Mary was high life, Black Love was Afrobeats, and this very one is predominantly hip-hop. It's titled No Pressure. Yes, Sarkodie is absolutely under no pressure to follow anyone else's lead. We are seated to have a conversation on the album, as well as some comments he has passed while on a media tour. There are other issues also tabled for discussion. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantipa, and this is Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Thanks for joining us on Bloggers Forum. Joining me on this episode, David Mowley is with pulse.com.gh, Ghana4.com. David Akwaba.
Thank you.
It's
not easy.
It's not easy. Family
issues. Yeah.
Family.
Yeah, responsible. Family should take most part of our jobs. Me born pie esre Nyankopon say onhira me bra Brantepa so oba kama this year.
By the rich Boatin is a columnist by the Akwaba.
Yeah, the our panel di trampoasa.
O de menyano. O minu na near. Na o ko sa video no. That's a sujafu nyina ye be
kwano.
Yeah, anyum na de.
Ebe a ringtone.
Jai. Ebe ma Mowley ni we go shame the. Ama Bruni is on standby with Nkomo.
Meteta mafuso ya afi asa odo ho atel kakra ai me kwaya masanso aba Bruni na wotwe nkomo across entertainment industry na ma sada ato me boaso hu ma hyehye na o message nyina me de be bra mutu mo yentwa ye hu sisia na yenkombra na yenfa nkomo no embeto amoso
Hey, I'm for saying yes, sassy, then my friend also dynamic. What to say was a small boy bioko, school primary boy bio, a couple 2 hour day later, less a pesanka. Nema made the brain a hour day, biscuit, drink. Na sawa day later, Nikakin, a beer quangamana, just a better brands I can see a walk from Henina, our Koyan adoye. Now, some now so her, Abofona, a boy, Nemami, Ninsaka Kanya Menoso, Nemane the Abrunoso. I gonna for my yard, why they win so, and a walk donating maybe Emma orphanage. Now, I also didn't send me question and for 20 no, and a TV personality, I Bellamundi, or they send me to and said I am man for the sa, a bit of one in a yard drink. A year before you interview friend Susan, on also Chema Claims on a home day, night, next or able 2J. Man said I am but as also the moon now command, and was send a Maya also no, Monia Saman, who been an anya, but. Yes, our day the boy no D and Cassa, any day a better trend, and Cass also so banner say, Neba one bombarding where we are, Scobe catching say, what can make time? Our day may bomb home or day, Nebasson, or saying Neba. Omunya so crowd from her say. I know my answer, sir. Artist manager, Bull God. I what do need also now, Sunny, dear friend Bull God. Who's a good answer down fast and see Bulldog nanny a better. Bulldog no answer didn't send me a bit to dry your coach show be delay show. And watch him or no. The ball won, I 13-year-old girl. So I bear Nene no castle. Or best or bosh away be jantra prostitution or best supporting 300% or the name of a tiny. Chango say, a Bulldog, which the Marcus is saying, Bulldog Chema, and the on one a Philippine, no so person began had on himself by now, Cassie. Even cry a year dream out person your crowd, while put me down on answer Cassie baby, doctor and a lawyer and I'll be a Bulldog any day, Obanifi and Tessa. So far I send the Babacas away no person your dear, say ya shall you cry. Obebuano na waye Bulldog asema okay uje tumse obeibe nene na okase opeso oboy oyesedwume ya obe support na na ena mama yenjina ye Bulldog nsem ya so no ko interview no sanso din nsem fufu bi tu dwa say eye I1 sometime bi atwam 2 years ago oba be boni dua say den do ni ye adwuma ankoye kan nsem bebre fa ne ho poto say dua bono ene ni nyankopon adan dua na say akwakodi I1 nsem so hwa onu no so Bulldog o so hwa wa braba no she no come from ababa ni gwaw na Inti sansem no kato ne so no e na adan aba ne so ye anso ha o I want so a reply no say wo jina wo ko interview ka say mu ko university wo tua mi school fees na sense also ono ankasa I want so ono ankasa ni brem no di tua ni school fees ni hostel fees ni ade nti Bulldog embe take credit bia no say wo Bulldog ayo say abrabo ne hweme de be ye mre wo ankasa ma me time kakra be hu say na ankasa mesan so aba out nti nka say me bre na me bre I'm a mama yantu and common so a gospel musician, a gifty, adoye, empress gifty, and audience send me a betuja. O chema, a Bible na yesum na ye kuremun, and ye free. Inti mo expect to say a gospel musician say wo krom hasi, wo ye concert wo bo shows a we free. Sa to bend mu yinfimu na emboa. Cause secular artists omu bo show business and who say wo je scan ade. Say gospel musician e ko bo show bia na mo say odi money free. Once wo didi, once wo promote say na ye secular for na e promoting one ma wo discayen. Sa so na ye ba gospel musician once wo diska eko nyam ti mu jai sa gospel musician ye free o say enye free ankasa dressing kasa ya na say what dressing wo hwe ye free man for ye da so ye empress gifting semsem no wa obeka say na say na otu kwan kwa UK wo so ko UK kakra yenje ne nim ne course na komo bia be chi ni say wo say ni kunu eja no o go through divorce na ni kunu akofa guest wa nim komo dada nkofo kokonsafi and I give you about on abeye a live Instagram live no chema wo say hwe mkofo kasa too much say o worry de bia modern no da ne sway and na worry egwe and ni kunu aye say gift say sa asem nyam forget onu na oda so ye Mrs. Adoye 1 na echi ni nanim obi eni won san common dem drop na oni ni kunu eguso ware aware a emu ohyew ankasa and I want to remember ya adwin say so be ma bi sure bi no so ne betena ase so uni okuna na ye hwe ni man say wo betena ase na mfia betwem na wo ne ade na say we dey relationship goals ankasa na so to be wo abon say na divorce ni nemu ni ade eye actor Ajeta na no den say bia betu just say na ya rate of divorce no koso ni de ni nje ho e wo celebrity side no koso be wo say ware fine na be betu just say we jaa ware wo say sa nyama ni na enhye damboasa I said we dey na meche mafa say who di a gospel musician brother Samiechia bo say na we our launch a new look bi say who so be a die why you blonde na bo say blonde ni ti blonde e man nya we say akwakoye say brother no ye wo ha na ye hu say brother Samia launch new look na we say na ka gospel musician there na ka blonde ne sa go there anka fan ho ben ama fo shada enti asesa but mo beji atum so so onipa we nyi enya se o ya abofro ne maame na ne papa na eti nti onu akasa look no de aba no mo support no mo tie ni nwom no na mo san so appreciate eye brother Sami ni new look no na mama yenti we mfi we eye Ghanaian US comedian Michael Blankson odin semi abetudwa o twema ko ma se wo hwem mmea no bi wo ho no ma na wa fa merema bi san boso ne nkyerema ne so enye ti se bia wo an wo pem no obese wo date merema bi sa atego eye sky enhye merema no hunti na aye basante bia wo fa no beto TV amawa na wa fa no be ma wo sky monthly na wa san so afa no be bo wo wardrobe no nti na wa kwa se bia girls di merema echi o se musike so adodo anka we na anka wo sky o se merema no susua ebinum so aware wa nti o se no bi di obi kunu echi ni ade o chema merema na mo krom ha no endorse sante na ma girls ye bo mode ana wo fa bi sabi boso nti enye girls ne fault nti mo blame Ghana for me asa ayo eye sound engineer Sugar Tone ai muze be ezembia betudwa se o je se any condition enche da anya okay video bi be pie wa hu se Sugar Tone pa na fe de ase wa akofem ne ade kofo chema de ya na betumi aba me wa ya se ase wa ye basa kakra bi san ne ma me ne de betudwa so eye drugs na ne bana abuse afede ama na abrabo aye basa sexy polo eye crapping polo wakasa o chema ni nsem ba ye ya wo se wode ne call court wode ne to jail 90 days ebe ya wode se onkotwe abank kum kakra celebrities ebie sabi wo krom ha se o so mbo wondi no se crapping polo uba ma ye njes na mbo din des ha tuma de ye twemu ono o se ni mrepemu no se ye ni duabo na wabo won se ebe ma obeba asma bebo wondi o chese se asemi tu ni na nka bo sa tampo na mo beka so mo ye ne mboam na fe de mo srew mo ni eje mo boshiro se ye kakam polo wode na wakotiche won so chire ma sa mie bie sana wa mbo wondi ono anka sa wabo mudua nso hwe se ya midim ebebe danani na ebeba na mo bra na mo be mu se yi o chance se mo sori a mo we hye bone ema mo nua na ye kwapin polo na Eagle Prophet mo amuni mo Eagle Prophet o se Nyankopon yi bibi a kire no o kire ma na ni sunu hu se ye merima be ye se 12 wo gang rape ye kwapin polo rape bi o se we rape ni basa fe de no da mogem ni asem so mo kan de ye hu ankasa ye de yenim se de wa free polo na waka kire ni so se ni e kwa na wa ma na kwankire bi ana se basa na ye kwa na manfu se Eagle Prophet se na hu na bomode ana sanso bompai na dangade na nya mbem se ye wie dia ye nkomo na mo ye fa we entwato eye GhanaWeb eye editor eye sub editor eye beni so wusua dear future husband so follow no eye social media wa be mu say dear future husband say dear future husband wa be mu live ye kokuma ase ko ye wedding chenche bi ankasa ene wa wo hwa ye represent ye ho ya hyehye ye ho ankasa ye kokotwa picture say ya support ne kansa say ne ya kan ne say beni so wusua sorry o Benis menka ne ye Mrs Benis Owusua Oparijan. Ye wo GhanaWeb ha nyina ne ye kan ne say congratulations to you. Ye hwe ni ma say wangasa wa unim ne say wo ye maye dada. Nti Benis, ye say congratulations. Abrantefa, wa no abedwefo mun so na mun to asase na nkomo no call no nsama broni. Ma hyehya mri nyina abram. Da se ne e be san switch ya. Makra wo.
Thanks, Amabruni, for this segment in Komo. For more of these stories, visit our website, www.ghanaweb.com. A reminder that the show is brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries, and chicken, one cola drink, at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesday at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026 4133 to place your order. 026 4133 Cheesy Pizza, your way. Amisha say free David Mauli Hona maintain of a David, which of the stories would you want to start with?
So I'd like to comment on Bulldog issue with the daughter. I think she made this statement. You made this statement last year. This is the second time he's placing like emphasis on this particular thing, that he would allow her daughter, and he would, in fact, give her daughter full support if she wants to go into prostitution. I think that it's every father's responsibility. You know, I'm a father, you know, so I'm speaking from a father's perspective. Those of you who are not fathers, you can wait. When we are done, you can just come in.
Did you have to say that?
So I'm speaking from a father's perspective. I mean, back in the day, parenting wasn't like this. I mean, it was so easy. Because, come on, you're afraid of punishment and all that. But today, all these things don't matter again in parenting. You cannot punish your child, even yelling at your own child. You may end up in police custody. I think that the world is, they say they are woke now, right? The world allows a lot of things to go on. People have enjoyed so much freedom today. So I kind of agree. I mean, if your daughter is into this, what else can you do? I mean, there's no way you can go, I don't know.
You don't think it as a father, you need to guide your child?
You can guide by doing what?
I mean, you know prostitution is illegal.
Prostitution is illegal, but it's going on.
So by doing that, you are endorsing illegality.
It's just like Okada. Okada is going on. Okay? Okada saved me yesterday when I was going for a meeting. It's still going on, okay? I'm not condoning it. I'm not supporting prostitution in any way. I'm only saying that you can train up your child the way you want her to. But when you get to some certain stage, when they become adults, you do not have control over them. Okay? There's no way my parents can say, no, they wanted me to be a police, so I should stop journalism. You get it? It's at this point of my life, I make my own choices, things that I think that when I do, it will bring benefit to me and my life and my career. You get it? You can train up your child from 0 to 18. You should have full control of your child. But after that 18 years, whatever your child decides, the only thing you can do is to advise or support. And I think it's right for you to either support or advise. There's nothing you can do. If your child says, my child says she's going into prostitution, what can you do? What can you do? Let's put pray aside. Let's put religion aside. There's nothing you can do. The only thing is to call your child and advise your child and say, oh, please don't go into this. These are the repercussions. If you do, this thing will happen. And all that. There's no way you can be yelling like, hey, don't go into I will not talk to you. I know parents who don't talk to their children because some of them are into some, bad habits and all that.
That is different from supporting.
Yes.
By supporting, you mean you encourage her to do it? Because, what other support are you going to give her?
I'm not sure the support he made mention of is to encourage the daughter to do it. I think that the support, he may not have broken it down into pieces, but I believe he was trying to drive at to say, or maybe I will advise my daughter, or because what can you do when your child is 18 plus in this modern Ghana, in this era of internet babies, in this Indomie babies era? You get it? There's nothing you can do. The support, I think he was trying to say, oh, maybe he would advise or something. But I'm not sure he would say, go into it, I'll look for men for you to sleep with. No, I'm not sure he will ever do that. Doing that, it will be too.
It's your
Abranziba, I didn't want to touch on that particular issue because there are some things that personally I wouldn't like to talk about to promote. But listening to David Mowley here, it's really sad listening to a father, a parent, say that if after 18 I don't have control over my child, so if you choose to engage in prostitution, you will support your daughter. It only tells me that you have failed as a parent. I don't see what values you pass down to your girl child that will make her not be a journalist like you, but rather choose to be a prostitute. It means that there's some part of your home that is broken that will make her choose that path. So on to the issues that I want to discuss. Oswald, it has been Oswald's week.
Can I come in?
No, you can't come in.
You've
made your point. And I really hope that your daughter will see this one day. I'm sure she will disown you after listening to you say that. Back to Oswald. Now, it's been his week. I mean, Ghanaians have shown love to the little boy, and I was really amazed looking at the backlash that some celebrities were giving the boy. Abrantipa, what did these brands give the boy? Pizza, drinks, name them. What is pizza to a boy in Asankregwa, Banchiasi, or the pizza bed? We are talking as if, say, they gave the boy like 100 million grant or educational scholarship, be that, you know, it's unheard of. It was only pizza. It was only supplies. And if you run a company, you realize that if you give 10 boxes of cheesy pizza to Oswald, it's not something that will break the business back. It's not something that the board and management have to sit down before they agree on giving out. A simple manager from any branch can decide that, well, give Oswald 10 packs and it's on me. I'm going to pay it. They don't need to, you know, inform the bosses before they do that. Packs of drinks and all that. And celebrities were coming after this boy, saying that these brands are hypocrites and there are children somewhere who are in need of these things. What is pizza to the boy who took fufu to our day? Or the pizza bed? Or the coke, or the bed? And I mean, how many people can the items feed in a village? So relax. It's just a simple letter of a boy wanting a few items for our day, and he's gotten an overdose, and thanks be to God, he even donated all the items to these orphanage homes. So they should just relax for the boy. I'm just hoping that the mother will learn the business. Now the boy has attracted, you know, these big brands. If I were the mother, I will sit down with some of the companies, draw a budget, let my son be ambassador for some of these companies, and then from that, the proceeds that he's going to get, he can adopt a village or adopt an orphanage and help the kids afterwards. She shouldn't just sit down for this fame to dry out without benefiting anything, because we have banks who have opened accounts for this gentleman. They can make him an ambassador of any of these banks, and then he's a kiddie account or kiddie savings account ambassador. And then anything that he decides to give out, maybe a 10% or 20% of his ambassadorial money, he can adopt a village or a school or build something monumental for people to know that out of this our day we got this monumental edifice. Ajete Anan is also crying over a lot of celebrity divorce. And just recently we saw Empress Gifty come out to debunk rumors that her husband was going around from hotel to hotel, you know, hanging out with other women. I think she has every right to, you know, comment on that, but I have a few issues with how she went about it. Okay. You know, why worry celebrity? Your husband is a formidable politician. You are also a gospel musician. We your penny, you will be behind kwai and singing in an ede. The way I responded to issues, you know, and she emphasized that on the Adam for on here nipa bia one in China, apart from the very small people that were around her, and she went ahead to mention a few names. We have to be mindful of you have to be mindful of a Juma ukunu eye. Ukunu a politician. You're the dumb and a politics a Juma no. Into ukasasa is as though shete dom na freedom. Into your best there are a lot of issues that she might have or person oka. But I was set ultimately tone it down. Sebi ukunu na omode allegation ne tone so ne krampo no. Or my embe kasai in the best says she should tone down. Know what your husband does. Then who say kasa be say no. Too much. Instead of bringing the crowd to the political fold that the husband needs.
All right, so let's take a break. When we return, we'll talk about Sarkodie's 7th studio album, No Pressure. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Next is Sarkodie's album No Pressure. David Mowley is still here. Vida Educhuma Boatin is also here. Let me begin with Mowley. Let's do an assessment of the album.
Okay.
Album Neto saying.
Album ain't bad. It's not a bad album at all. I mean, Sarkodie hardly goes wrong. Sarkodie is someone who understands the game. He knows what he's doing. He understands the music business. He knows how to sell his record. I mean, it's really, really done well. And I think that even though there's nothing special about this particular body of work, I feel it's like the highest 2.0. It's an improvement to the highest. It's an upgrade of the highest. I believe you've listened to the highest and all that. Just like he treated the highest, the build-up was solid. He did more than he did for the highest. Highest, he met a few bloggers, he met a few media houses for listening session, and then he dropped it. I think he did another listening session in the UK before dropping the album. But this time, he did about 2 listening sessions in the UK, one with Audio Mac and another with, I think, Spotify also, before coming to Ghana to do another listening session, that one with a few media people and the fans. And mind you, throughout the hype, he uses social media very well. He understands social media. He understands the metrics on social media, on how things can go viral, when to release and when to wait. And though he doesn't do this controversial stuff, he knows when to do what. He really planned this album, and I think I have to give it up to him. Now, the main album, he dropped 15 songs. On the highest, there were 19 songs. I think he realized that too much, sometimes albums from top artists, it's okay. But when the songs become too much, it's too brooding to listen and to a very long album. So I think he learned from that lesson and he had to cut this short. The numbers is okay. For 15 songs, which last nearly an hour, that's about 55 minutes, is good for me. Also, the slight difference between the highest and No Pressure is the fact that there were interludes in the highest, but he took all that out. The highest, actually, the interludes were unnecessary. But, I mean, he tried to add that. I think I like that. The fact that he took all that out and he went straight to the points. From track 1 to 15, I have no problem with the songs. The only thing is too much brags.
He bragged too much on the song.
The theme of the album was centered on bragging, like maintaining his balance in the industry. It feels threatened. Somehow, Sarkodie feels threatened. The way he flows shows that he feels the boys are around. So let me stamp my feet and do something that, or shake the whole system for them to know that, yeah, I'm still there. You might think that I'm down, but no.
And that's what business is about.
Yes. And
I don't know how that communicates.
I do not have any issue, but I feel that Sarkodie can still use hip-hop to do something similar to Mary album. Mary had a whole team, even though it's a high life thing, and we cannot compare it to this. He can still carry out the messages. He can touch on different topics. He can touch on I mean, there's a lot of things. He can talk about politics. Somebody has been talking about politics, not today. He can talk about politics in his songs. He knows what is happening in the industry. He can talk about hustling. I mean, hitting the streets, doing hustling and all that. He can talk about, he can give lessons, rap lessons. I mean, how to hit the limelight and all that. He can give lessons through the album. He can touch on different aspects of life. I think that is the little thing he lacked. If you look at songs like Rullis and Siga, that's the only thing I can say it's different, because he's like, okay, now I'm done with Fake Friends, and I think it's cool. I like the flow and all that. That is what is different. But for Vibration, round 2 with Gigs, Vibration with Vic Mensa, Jara, Whipped with Darko Vibes, no Fugazi. Is it Fugazi or Fugazi?
Fugazi.
Okay. I think that's it. The rest, that would be different. Is I'll Be There and Non-Living Thing, My Love, and Coachella. They were talking more about relationship and love. Sarkodie needs to broaden his delivery. He needs to touch on things. He can go ahead and touch on sensitive things. If you look at someone like Kendrick Lamar, the first album he dropped, To Pimp a Butterfly, he made so many political statements, and that's what blew him up. I think that he can do it. Sarkodie can do it. But Sarkodie has
done political songs.
Yeah, but it doesn't end there.
It depends on the theme of the album, like you were saying.
Yeah,
we all know what Mary was about.
Yes, we all know.
Do High Life.
Exactly.
Do it.
But right now, what can you say? What can you say? What's the difference between IS and No Pressure? It's the same thing.
You don't see any difference?
There's no difference. On the highest, he bragged, he talked about love, and that's the end. There was nothing peculiar on that particular album. He talked about love, relationship, and brag. And on this same album too, that's it. There's nothing different.
So you're expecting him to go political?
Not only political. I said he should touch different aspects of life. Sarkodie, I believe, is grown. Sarkodie is not a small boy. Sarkodie has gone through life. He has experienced a lot of stuff. He can bring all these things together and create something crazy.
What examples can you give? The things that you expected him to touch on?
I give an example. You can talk about what Ghanaians are going through. I mean, just yesterday there was a huge demonstration.
That was yesterday. The album was recorded in 2022.
No,
2020.
No, in 2020 there no Fix the Country demonstration. It started a long time ago, months. And he could use that time.
Fix the Country did not start in 2020.
No, I said
it was this year.
No, I'm coming. But he recorded some of the songs this year. He didn't finish everything. You know why he delayed?
Yeah, he needed to clear samples.
Exactly.
Of course.
You get it. So he could capitalize on the Fix the Country, hit on one or two things that are very dear to the heart of Ghanaians. And that's it. People will purchase the album. But honestly, the album is about Sarkodie bragging about himself, being on top of the game, and nobody can get close to him. He is this and that. And then talk about women, sex. That's it.
But the album has been doing well since
it is doing well. No, because it is Sarkodie. When Sarkodie spits, it is Sarkodie.
Does it not appear to you that what he sought to achieve with the album, he has achieved it?
Well, he had. Fine. I do not know his target or what he wants to achieve. But let me tell you, if Sarkodie gets Grammy today, he will not sleep. If he gets Grammy nomination alone, he will not sleep. You get it. You get it. He will not sleep. It means that Sarkodie knows that he still has something ahead of him. You get it. He has a big hurdle to climb. So I feel he should touch on different things. You can talk about love. You can talk about, and hip hop is not always about braggo. Hip hop, they talk politics, they talk love, they talk sex, they talk everything, the streets, everything in general.
What's your favorite on the album?
My favorite would be I'm going for Vibration 1. And also the one with Medical Jara. People do not pay attention to that song, but I think that Medical's flow, it may be weak and all that. I feel he did a nice job. He did a nice job, and I think Sarkodie lost his voice on that during the recording. If you listen to the voice, it's different from the rest of the records. I think I like.
But you know those kind of voices, they sound very appealing. Eh?
Yeah.
He did some freestyle beat.
Yeah, he lost his voice. Yeah. What's the name, Prayer? And it was great.
Some crazy hip hop beats like that. I've forgotten the title.
Tupac recorded a song. Is it the Mama song or something? He was breathing. You could hear his breath like in the song. Okay, a part of it. And right now, nobody even cares about offbeat and all that. You get it? Yes.
So your last stop song.
I'll go for I'll Be There.
Okay.
It's nice.
All right.
I'll Be There is nice.
Okay. Hold it there. Let me come to Vida and get her view on the album. Vida.
David.
Yes.
Have you listened to all the songs on the album?
I have done the review.
Have you listened to it?
No, I've done the review.
Because if you say there's nothing special about this album, I mean, I disagree totally. It's not just the brag that you're talking about, it's reaffirmation or reaffirming the position with business anymore. And if you think that he's scared of these youngsters, like you said, then I feel you haven't really soaked in the songs on the album. Because if you are a Yao Tog or a Kweku Flake and you listen to the flow of somebody who has been this consistent over 10 years, you can't compare yourself to Sarkodie at all. He was talking about him changing the themes on which he sings. You don't expect him to sing about global warming or engineering. What am I saying? He needs to check the relevance of the album to the listeners. No? So if you have an album that talks about the industry, love, God, sex, money, relationship, success, what else? What other theme again would you want an artist like Sarkodie to explore on the album? And someone will say, this is a totally brilliant work. For me, it's refreshing seeing him go around the media houses, on a media tour, because we hardly find him do interviews or grant interviews. It's refreshing.
I think mostly the only times he does that is when he's promoting a project.
Yes, it be also a strategy. No.
Rapaholic.
Yeah. So I feel this time, when they need to touch base with the fans, because I remember he was in Kumasi and he saw his picture behind the trotro and the way he was over enthusiastic, and I say so I felt Abia after this album, the way he relates to the fans would change, because when it comes to Shatta, he's always touching base with the people on ground zero. And people love him. That is how come when Sarkodie goes to all these radio stations, you don't find the fans trooping in there, because they are used to interacting with him on Twitter, on Instagram, and like the face-to-face kind of relationship. But if he continues to do this now, I feel it will spark up. One intriguing thing I find on the album is no female feature. I mean, I feel this is the year or the past year we've had female rappers like Eno re-emerge herself onto the scene. I feel somebody like Eno, for instance, deserved a spot on that album, as in Obejene Shine Kakra. And knowing Eno, if Sarkodie had invited her, say, "Oh, I want you on my album," and Kabas or best bit, and it won't be easy. And now it comes back to how people compare the two, or your bar, she's better than Sarkodie. I feel, ABR strategically, they felt, to lower down talks on who is better, is it Eno or Sarkodie, they might even shove her aside and will decide not to feature her. But I feel, if she had been on any of those tracks, those debates on who spits better, could have, drive the album sales, because after the interviews, there's really nothing to hold on to. So Kasaria will shows in I mean, a trendesa Sarkodie ko utiria ubafia. There's nothing to hold on to in those conversations. And see, if a feature like Egnos would have pushed edge to see the album sales go up. So we wouldn't mind having another Efia Nocturnal classic on the album because Omutu no Omudinyomba every time, you know, he's a huge success. There are a couple of love songs also meeting. I felt that Efia could have turned some of the love songs around a little bit. But probably in Krofoswaka says he's always featuring Efia. Maybe or relax, kakra. I like to go on like in the track, say, obe permitting. The intro, for instance, I feel it sets the tone for what you have to expect in the album. And he said in the intro, say, because of him, no, what pavey way I'm an artist, no, say omuntia payola biom. It's a very intriguing statement to make. That me, how I understand it, they say, oh no, the nyompa ba, I'm a man for it's nyompa to. And you know the nyompa ba, you don't need to pay payola and send a DJ bibe ball on you. I feel say, sa intro no will spark some level of conversation. Ewo town. Now the rollies and cigars. I think he's given his reason for, you know, posing with cigars. I like I will see any idea free more. He feels it's a way of celebrating the success. But the typical Ghanaian way, who celebrates success, the first thing you do, you jump up, you scream, you cough powder, be near to a home. And I say, you pondo.
Those days near a balloon.
What's my say? You pondo now, who's you any idea? But he feels say the hip hop way, or non style now adopting is to light cigars. I feel say any tangible reason enough because following, and I'm glad that he admitted that. My crowd didn't like the idea, and my friend is a no. Because there are lots of people who now ditch the ponding, who now ditch jumping up and down, who now ditch the balloons and the knockouts, and opt for a cigar. I'll be lighted to celebrate the success, just like the idol Sarkodie is doing. And smoke is not good. And I don't see why it becomes good when you're celebrating your success. And when you are not successful now, smoking, you advise that you're good. I mean, it's not good on any grounds. And the best friend say, I agree with him saying that he's not going to apologize to the CSOs. I mean, I agree with him. But the best apology he can give us is to not post those pictures again. I mean, a beboa. Now, I feel so he made shout out to Jata Cement. Track name the cigars and the rollies and the cigars. You know? And you know Sarkodie has a way of making his money. Yet Tigo some time ago, any UT bank near there. I mean, it tells you say all flow. But he has the business acumen. He's business minded at the same time, and everybody a troopy behind Jata Cement now. So I feel say that mention was very creative and business wise. You know, it was top notch. And the vibration, I think it was pure rap song. It was cool with Vic Mensa, like he said. Round 2 with gigs, it was a cool song with Coachella. No, everybody likes Coachella. I mean, ahead of album like I release now, yeah. And one thing I find interesting, I was an artist, especially Kwame Eugene, Asia, how or sample nyomna or acknowledge nipa na or sample nyom no efri obi nche or dokala na or the shame no. And you could tell say wanya approval no and sana o you see one nyom no wa album na chi na wa acknowledge ne kama. Yeah, back Kwame Eugene, we don't normally see that. And you may release area no. Nothing na ebusiafo na enyum ne om de ababeko ho ntokwa. Anza na ya kire se metuaka mindiaka na twika bebre no. I mean, artists like Kwame Eugene and co no almost sample nyum. They should take a cue from New Year with Coachella no. Now on to Jara featuring Medical. I mean, say open you more de two bafwa enye san nyum. Open the obabe fa baby room no de be soloku. Pure soloku ni yechiwa. I mean, it's a light, funny lyrics. We all know what Medical is made of when it comes to Sa and your man. You know, I feel say what serious songs thing you now very relaxed. So now best I mean, it's one of the good songs at OBT. Now, Married to the Game featuring Caspar Novest. I think that this guy is not new to me because Stoneboy Wham, you know. I mean, it wasn't bad listening to him, so it was a cool track. Anything had a Capim Polo name drop in it. I think that she was excited over it now. But aside that, Osha Bars no release the track. The Polo bit aside, is a song that you can listen to any day. Now, Fireworks featuring Wale. The Kofa tweet be by Uncle said one gentleman said Sarkodie Nama Wale career. No? I think it's a tweet, for Sarkodie himself to come out to, talk about it and I say, or be reply guy, It tells you, say, idea, based on maybe a relationship or an artist in the war. But then in a way, a drunk of baby attention to go and listen to that particular song. Like I said, aside him doing the interviews, there's no talkability about the album. There's no talkability. I did attention to, and this guy, even though it was in a bad taste, or you're a favor by getting people to, go listen to that particular track. Now, whipped with Daco vibes. First, maybe say why Daco vibes, but after listening to the song, I feel say or complimenting him, and we have to give him thumbs up. Now, Deserve My Love, cool song. Don't Cry. It was a brilliant song. Your feature was it Benirelo saying. Listen to the song, I could hear Kelvin Boy and then the vibes in my head. I was like, whoa. Guy, yeah, but Kelvin Boy would have killed this chorus bit with the Afrobeat vibes. I feel say, and you make a bit shooty Kelvin Boy better than Guy now or feature. Now, I Want to Love You featuring Harmonize, Tanzania. Mitie Swahili no mokana, and then you're me a day. So it was actually refreshing to hear Sarkodie sing in Swahili, so my local language now the can. So for me, it made it for me. My favorite song.
They can say you may also
I mean, if you're 16 tracks
choose your top three.
My top three, I Want to Love You with the Swahili Tanzania artist, the Swahili no Mokawo. It was my favorite because language and then I don't know how to put diamond platinum say autonyuma. You want to learn the language, My second one will be MOG. I'll be there. Gospel track now. Album. I mean. Fantastic track. I mean, but one thing about that track is Sarkodie Bamu too late. It was 1 minute 55 seconds and some all rem. If utia because
for me, I think it was strategic.
Oh, because
I like the fact that Oche
because I was waiting like
Lumba has a song. The lady sings
everything. I was waiting to hear the gospel flow. I mean, this song.
Famina me feel
baby.
You
mean I've boss you.
Yeah.
So I feel say Oche the 1 minute 55. Now me see when Suma no train was up by Tonyum. I mean it was just to wamami. So this is gospel track, pure urban gospel, the one that you liken to Akese Brimpom, Mone, Joe Metal, Mone, Dinah Hamilton, Mono, classic. In any way, we need gospel song, and I say collaboration of the year in the coming award schemes now.
Who rate the album now, man? Say.
I think I'll give it an 85.
Okay.
A classic. But one thing is, Brofuka dominated our album. We know Sarkodie the then tree the 70% tree. But this time no, what twisting and Brofone does it saying tree. It tells you say our mission or our agenda and the ABA your Grammy test or be quenchia my idea. I mean this album is classic.
Mauli yesterday because of
Mauli
rate the album quickly now.
70%.
70%. So 85 and 70.
85%.
All right. Let's take a break. When we return, Sarkodie has been making some comments whilst he is on media tour. The attention is the comment on Edem. Remember the last time we were saying that Edem did a video Flavor, and that song featured Efia and Sarkodie. Efia was in the video, Sarkodie was not in the video, and Edem made a tweet. Finally, Sarkodie has commented on it. Now, Ejadem, Yaba Kamwasem. Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. I am Abrantepa. David Mowley is with pulse.com.gh and Ghana4.com. Vida Bichuma Boatini, K.A. Vivid, Vicious, Vociferous. Vida is a columnist. Now, I told you that Sarkodie has been on a media tour. So he was on Xylophone FM and he made some statements. But before that, let's take you back to February 22. We made a publication. Ghana made a publication that was based on a tweet that Edem made. Now, Edem had featured Sarkodie and Efia on Fever. The song is a nice song, and you need the pan. But Sarkodie was not in the video. And people were asking, why is Sarkodie not in the video? So Eden made a tweet. He said, yo, Sarkodie, I know you feel bad for not showing up for favor video. Team even lose money for that. But I have forgiven you, my G. No hard feelings. Call me when you need me. I will do for you. Now, Utiesa tweet we say me when I saw the tweet, I said, Jaladin I them hopa because only know oh you decrease buje Satan na. It was that song that Sarkodie featured on and go for Sarkodie obede the muka music. Hey, now any yes more. So when this tweet came out, a whole lot of comments that people passed. Now Sarkodie goes for an interview and they asked him a question. This is what he says. The issue of picking calls is a general thing. Even my mom has the same problem with it. So I don't see why it should be taken personally. If you speak to my mother, she will tell you that her major problem with me is my refusal to pick calls. I don't pick calls all the time unless I have an appointment with that person. Then I have to keep up. I can agree that he's been calling me and not getting through, but it's not deliberate. I really don't want to speak about it because I cannot remember. I still can't remember what happened. So I will just have to agree with whatever he's saying, whether true or not. And that's what Sarkodie said. Eventually he apologized to Eden. But Black Rasta, radio presenter with xylophone, and a reggae musician, said Muamini Barack Obama, the Salaga man who doesn't fear bullets, Salaga soldier. Black Rasta has been reacting to it. Let's watch what he said. When we are back, we'll tackle Sarkodie's statement and then Black Rasta's reaction.
You see the arrogance of some of our people. Sarkodie, Kasahari, humble, even a goat he will greet on his way. In his own words, since he's shot to fame, he's unable to answer phone calls, not even his biological mother's calls. This is not a guy I would like to support. He's too arrogant for my liking, and I say it with passion.
So that's a Black Rasta. Asem nano ashana. Vaida. Sarkodie's statement. Everything wrong with it?
I'm glad that you are in this business. I'm pretty sure you've worked with a couple of celebrities, and you know the pressure that comes with telephone calls. I mean, in a minute, the phone can ring like 200 times, and everybody needs your attention. Everybody needs you to say something. It's impossible as a human being to pick all those calls under a minute. And that is why some people have assistants who handle their phone calls for them. But I understand, Edem, somebody that you gave a shoulder to stand on is now high up and feels like unfoul calls. And you're the fault. Sometimes the way a sikono who tries to explaining who be break up on, the more you make enemies. So you know Sarkodie has a team. And so one friend not on fire. DJ Mensa Angel, at least call any of them and draw their attention. Say, oh, Charlie, I need so and so for the video on this day, that day. Ebia only around the Krampa, na kamari schedule. If Adam had done that, I'm pretty sure he would have put in the tweet, say, I even contacted Angel and he said he was going to get back to me and he didn't get back to me. The tweet was already directed towards Sarkodie. Then it gives me the impression that Abia only team members need be and negotiate. Abi so ono Edem ne feel say I have that personal level with Sarkodie. Me cry na me boa ma nkofote wonka. So why do I have to go through other team members before I get to you? But I mean, no matter how friends we are, no matter how friends are, no matter how close we are, let me put it that way, I always respect protocol. I have a few celebrity friends, we are friends like from day one. But then now the status, the level has changed. It doesn't mean that I should disrespect protocol. I always go through the other people that they have employed to handle those matters before I can get to my friends to do one or two things for me. For Black Rasta, Charlie, it's too harsh to be saying these things to Sarkodie. I know big men in this country who own media companies that do not even have a cell phone. On so if you now be funny house phone now, offer now you now be saying. Would I like you for a phone because I ring? No any phone no so cry. If you understand how to operate in the creative space now, you will not underestimate a peace of mind and some quietness when you want to come up with lyrics and create something that people will love. Yen Ghana has saying again respected holidays or brony or making sure that every year be a baby a very serene environment ensure in Niase no what's nasi no concentrate one a brabo and the family no more link. Yen ni sa culture no. They be a king. And he cannot pick all the calls. No matter how close you are to him from Bouger days, no, from Hammer last 2 days, no says a business and your master. Do not feel too big to go through the protocol. Speak to Angel, speak to his road manager, speak to his designer, speak to all the necessary people that you need to speak to before you can get through to him. But I think that tweet we're not persuaded training answer. I mean the kind of buzz that he wanted it to generate, it did generate that, and it comes back to say Sesako Diaba so and now kind of now for apology not demanded. Nobody is talking about that. Is the fact that say. And moms, yeah mama no my new muti. Maybe to ebi nebi oti wo radio so be kan ho. Hey abrantipa and assume say wakoye. I mean when he's in that frame of mind that all putting bars and lyrics together. Yeah mama no come kitten na ayam hihye ne ade no ebe displace no. Nti bi oye adwuma ni wi a obefia hello ma ene me say wo frame me ede asem. Sa brain no na sa pressure ne ayam hihye na ode frame no akofo. And then you can listen to him. Say nyum na obo e na opamade and Baba, he can pick calls anytime. Because Baba no on here lyrics no de on here sa adwen or say sa adwen de acho on here. Eh so Baba only good mood ultimate to him say no. Yes, but then no. Why trust I train sa for 5 years. Akokwa ne nsa. What am I saying? But only they share over 1,000 songs. Ni na ye enyum words for putting it together. Into manu sir and a calls a day on to me pick 300 calls or better function as a human being. Into your best stress is celebrities, Only in a free woman me yemba crampona, Ceciano, and your master respects the protocol. Where am I but I'm pretty sure some friend are on to me because e be na baby on and koye mano. But also so calls na ya return it. And come try more land. One more time I feel say obet me I return. When I mean there are some people that when you miss their calls, you should call them back and say Charlie what's up. Until the best rest or no to me enkasa come Angel friend na or listen his boots no shempa boka no kasa fem na nipa na hu say at least why returning me calls. And I just want artists to understand say ejuma no eni adane omo dan say akode door so those who are calling on him from across the world and the door so and you don't think say otini baby and nsashe ne dem refem ade bia be fe bia be timi apik enye possible sir Mauli Black Rasta no say that wasi say akode ahomaso na say owo abrochire US ni UK nka by now we lose over 1 million followers because baby asa akode started na na ho brase no wo no Instagram Beyonce nipa say na Beyonce follow mo Instagram one two zero follow bia zero it's your fa one before ni enko on follow obi follow obi apart from ni boy you say I think that say in Black Rasta it's controversial and also like he likes the controversy. Nene jihu obeye na ya kan wa say bia an say generate talkability I am so can be. I think so it's all Black Rasta is like that. There's nothing new. But as someone can say akaya brochank will losing it's a lie.
come on. It's a lie. I will get say we lose to follow. Say we lose to deal. Yeah, fine. It makes sense. But even in Abroche, you don't go through artists. Even if you are friends to the artists and you want to invite them to events, you don't go through the artists. What you say? It is as I'm not kind of. It doesn't make sense. Say Sakode na ako can be. We're making controversial statements and BB no ako can enko no I can say obi be unfollow now. Then it makes sense. But to say that because he doesn't pick up, come on, call, phone call.
Oh, cancer because who did be mean Tiana?
Oh, Debbie, but you see, it happens. What I say?
Oh, hey,
my real friend, I said,
oh, yeah.
Oh, I perfectly understand Sarkodie. Okay. And yes, be I'm examining and I, but you see, me tell you now, I'm sorry, 4 a.m. Me tell you, I'm in the and as I was asking my abuse, and I mean, shut down, my breath.
Okay.
My mom, she always fights me over calls. My mom, my sister, be crying. My friend says, "I may be my friend say my friend back and call or friend or best starting. And then would you throw one and then won't fa assemble no becca and village weekend we yaba black open transfer sasa me mommy me ko interview or fa Hit FM. Hey, you know, me interview so. Hey, you know me who Hit FM now. You see, and Obefro no can we. And then me advise you me too for. Hey, many so many say you see. Sometimes cause will be a hard. What I say a hard. And you see, despite being a showbiz person, you need your personal space. Inti, I understand Sarkodie, but I think sir. Anka, the statement no, Anka, so making it short. So no, I can't say. I don't want to talk about the issue. You shouldn't have spoken about it at all. So I say, go ahead and say,
the mother
sorry.
example.
Abranti, so friend me na man fa. Now it's your friend na me fa. What do I say?
No approach.
Me sorry.
But still me dinner time.
Exactly. Obedi matemu. But I say it's sorry no. Anka em massa conversation you can discuss here. Anka nye the emma. I think the Sarkodie on abotre kakra because only them ya.
No, but let's be honest.
Say me why. What I say? Say me why. So friend me na 70 man fa. Oh, Charlie. And I them sana I rather kind. Them to who try say you reach out to the person. Maybe I may try say me from now officer. I will call Benis. And I may friend Elsie. What I say? My friend I say be all around. Unim the manager, you are cool with the manager. Right thing say, Adam be a minipa, but pride kakran so or per se on one or ne Sarkodie na ye or because or a minipa. What I say. But I say o manager, where them wo manager. O manager no bet me deal with Sarkodie's manager. At least not Sarkodie so onya sumdwe kakra. What I say.
Okay. But I wanted to say something.
Let me say, Adam, let's be honest, Adam, they say you are not sought after like Sarkodie is sought after. In the whole course no swati, I don't assume Sarkodie so dear swati. Or no pressure no egusu one so until you should just exercise patience.
Sarkodie pressure want to see one release the album.
No pressure.
No pressure, right? So that's how we draw down the curtain for this episode of Bloggers Forum. David Mowley is with pulse.com.gh, Ghana4.com. He's married or married.
And one he has an aspiring prostitute.
Yes.
Woman here.
Remember the name Mukujina.
Correct. But the rich one is a columnist. A reminder that the show was sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. So Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag, and meatballs. We have all great deals for you this weekend. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get small pizza, fries, and chicken. 1 cola drink at all branches. Tuesday, as for Super Tuesday, at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-41-33397 to place your order. 026-41-33397. Cheesy Pizza, your way. The GhanaWeb Road Safety is still ongoing. As part of our corporate social responsibilities, we want to help reduce the rate of accidents on our roads. And so join us, join the campaign. If you are a victim of road accident, if you lost a relative, kindly reach out to us. Share your story so that people will learn from it. Send us a mail, newswires@ghanaweb.com, newswires@ghanaweb.com, or contact us. Let's get interactive on social media at the GhanaWeb, on all social media platforms at the GhanaWeb. If you see anything that poses as a danger to lives and properties on our roads, kindly film them and send them to us. We'll do a story about it. We'll let the people, authorities know so that we all fight road accidents. The GhanaWeb Excellence Awards is still ongoing. Nominations are open. We open nominations from July 5. It's ending on August 31. So log on to the website www.ghanaweb.com. We have the forms that have been randomly placed beneath our stories. It's a banner that when you click, it takes you to it opens a new tab, and then you can file your nominations. There are 17 categories there, and remember to support your nomination with reasons. So for instance, if you want to nominate David Marley as Blogger of the Year.
Do we have Blogger of the Year category?
Yeah, we have.
Charlie, send me the link.
So Blogger of the Year, you nominate David Marley and say in the for the year or in the last 3 years, he has covered events. He has produced a number of relevant articles. Just support your nomination with reasons, and then the faculty will sit and shortlist the nominees. Every category will have 5 nominees. The shortlist, and I will bring them out to you to vote. It's a People's Choice Award, 100% public voting. So that's it. Also send us your nomination via email, awards@ghanaweb.com. awards@ghanaweb.com. Thank you for watching this edition of Bloggers Forum. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantepa.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Hello, my name is Kofi Ochri Dakwa, and I'm very excited to be part of the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Once you get behind your steer, you should know that you're not the only one that you're protecting. You're also protecting other people. So please conform to what you see on the road in terms of the speed limits, go by the speed limits. Another thing I'd like to say is that please, no matter how small it is in terms of alcohol, once you know you're going to drive, don't drink. So go ahead, do the right thing, save a life.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This program was put together to bring out the hard truth, the facts and the fears. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. LGBTQI+ is a topical issue in Ghana currently, and a bill has been tabled before Parliament for discussion on taking away the rights of those who practice the LGBTQI+ and also those who advocate for their rights. Today on the show, we'll be discussing the ramification of the bill if passed and what will be the next line of action of campaigners on this edition of the Lowdown. We'll be right back. You are watching the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Our guest is a human rights advocate and former director of Amnesty International Ghana. He's joining us from South Africa. We have Robert Akoto Amwafo on Zoom to discuss this issue. Welcome to the Lowdown, Robert.
Thank you for having me.
So how are you doing? How is the mood in South Africa right now?
And South Africa is calm. As you may be aware, not long ago, about 2 weeks or a week ago, there were some riots, looting, and some misunderstanding around the arrest of the former President Zuma, and also the fight of COVID-19, where, in South Africa, one of the things that you will come to learn is alcohol is a very important thing to South Africans, and there was a ban on alcohol, and, the rage of people and the hunger and the inequality became very, 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 very clear. And so that resulted in the looting and the misunderstanding that happened. But now we have come back to calm, and the country has gone back to, I think, level 4 of the lockdown. So we are now quite free and the atmosphere is clear.
Well, that's good to note. There's no calm in Ghana right now because a bill has been tabled in Parliament, which is the LGBTQI+ bill, which some members of Parliament are fighting against or criminalizing the LGBTQI in the country, and also all those who advocate for their rights. I know you've heard about it. I know you've expressed your displeasure with the way things are going and even the bill in its entirety. What was your mood and how did you take it when you heard about it?
Thank you very much. So first of all, when you look at the bill in itself, the bill, as I've always said, is unnecessary and not needed. Because my views are based on, one, the fact that the people drafting the bill do not understand what they're doing. I've said it time and again that a group of people who are trying to draft a bill and do not understand the issue they are drawing the law on. And for instance, if you look at how the statements that most of the proposers of the bill, especially the leader who is Sam George, the statements he makes about the LGBT community, they are all false, they are myths, they are things that general public will say. It's just like how people will talk about certain Christians, will talk about Muslims in a way that they do not understand because they do not read the Quran with them and they do not live with them. So they do not understand the issues. So for me, my first reaction was that it's unnecessary. It is just based on whims and caprice. And the idea that this member of parliament may be using this as a political tool to get himself popular.
and famous. And that is what I see happening in Ghana now. Just as usual as it happens in many other African countries, where politicians just pick up a group of people, and especially LGBT community, because they know a lot of people will agree with them and use it as a tool for their political agenda to make themselves relevant and make themselves look popular, as if they are pushing something that is on the side of the people.
Okay.
But really, they may be using this as a political tool to make themselves popular.
We've had a lot of campaigners and human rights activists speak against the bill, and you are saying that those who push the bill, that's the MPs, especially Sam George, they don't understand the LGBTQI community. So how could they have gone about it? Do you expect them to have a meeting with the community to see how best they could go on with this bill, or you think it didn't have to even come up in the first place?
So as if you have observed, in 2019 there was a group that visited Ghana called the World Congress of Families. This is an NGO that is from the US, and they are a group of people who go to country to preach hate, and they go to country to preach patriarchy and what they believe is an evangelical thing that you're doing. They've done that in Uganda, in Nigeria, in Russia, and many other countries. If you look them up, you would see. These people are people who provide technical assistance and funding to people like Fuamini and people like and push people, parliamentarians like Sam George. These people did that with David Bahati in Uganda, and that is the same thing that is happening in Ghana with Sam George. So these people will give you all the technical assistance and give you the information, but the main aim is just to push a hate agenda. Okay. So for me, no one is right to advance any discussion around culture and tradition when it comes to sexual orientation and gender identity. We are human beings. We grow. Once we understand and appreciate the difference that has happened, we change to adapt. Before, there were LGBT people, there were gay people who lived in our communities. Because they are a minority group of people, it was not pronounced and clear. Now, technology has advanced, science has advanced, awareness has advanced, research has advanced. So clearly, we will become more aware of LGBT people than we were before. Before we started discussing this bill, there were LGBT people who were having sex. What changed in our culture? What difference did it make that 2 men or 2 women were sleeping in their room and having sex? Did it change the price of kinky, or change the price of the V8 that the parliament was going to buy? So when we are talking about these things, we need to be very, very practical in our discussion. When a man and a woman stay in their room to have sex, it doesn't affect me in any way, nor does it affect you, or does it affect anybody sitting in parliament. Same, if a man and a man stay in their room, in their privacy, and they have sex, it doesn't affect anybody in any way, and therefore I think that what people do in their privacy should stay in their privacy, and no one should go about making laws to criminalize them for having sex.
Okay, so
that does not harm anybody.
Do you still stand by that entire freedom support when it comes to the part of the bill which says prescription of sex with or marriage to an animal? Do you think that as well should be allowed? I mean, people who have sex with animals, do you think that should be allowed because of the freedom we are talking about here?
I think anybody who advances such an argument is not educated, and the person is, excuse me to say, is not reasoning as a human being, as should be. Who has discussed animals in LGBT? Do animals give consent? Are animals able to say, yes, I want to do this, no, I want to do that? So why do people advance the argument about animals? Yes. It's a question. Why do people advance arguments with animals when we are talking about LGBT? I should even be answering this question.
Yes.
Because we are not talking about animals. We are talking about human beings.
So I'm just taking
any individual. any
taking us through the
individual
bill
who
and
advance
what's-
any discussion about animals should go into the animal kingdom and discuss animals. At this juncture, we are discussing human beings, and therefore I want our discussion to be on human beings and not animals.
Sure, exactly. So I'm going through the bill and what it says and some of the issues that come up around it. So now to the issue of campaigners and those who advocate for the human rights of everybody, including those in the LGBTQ community. Now this bill even calls for arrests and criminal charges against such people. It's also going to affect people like you, and I know you are very concerned about it. It's also going to affect all the associations and the organizations in the country, both internal or even international, who are all fighting for human rights. What are some of these people saying to you about this bill? Because I know you were with the Amnesty International Ghana, even though now you are with a different organization. So what are some of the things we've heard around this bill and their feelings towards it?
First of all, the bill goes against every international standard that Ghana has signed up to. Ghana is, first of all, let's start from our constitution. We've discussed that already. Article 21 is a primary law in our constitution that this bill firmly goes against, especially when it comes to people like myself and other organizations that work in this space. It goes against the cornerstone of our existence as organizations and individuals who work in this space, in the human rights space, not just LGBT, but human rights space. Because we are gagged by this law, it means we shouldn't speak about it. And even the interesting thing about this law is that even amending it or changing it is prohibited, it's a crime. So which law, even the constitution can be amended. How much more this law that seeks to criminalize people for just being who they are and cause no harm? So the first thing is that one, it goes against our constitution, which is wrong, is unconstitutional. Secondly, it goes against our things that we signed up in the human rights, regional human rights mechanisms. That's the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, or the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and grants every individual the basic rights that are granted in the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. So that's one is there. Ghana has signed up to be, if you look at Article 35 of the African, the protocol that sets up the African Charter, the African Court on Human and People's Rights, Ghana has subscribed to the court, and therefore, if anybody tries to infringe on the rights of these people, they have an opportunity to go to the African Court on Human and People's Rights to seek redress. I mean, there are protocols and processes that this law must go through. Once we exhaust local remedy in Ghana and we see that there's no way we can fight, ensure that these rights that are being infringed upon are still there, international organizations and individuals and Ghanaians like myself are thinking about the option of going to the African Court on Human and People's Rights. And so that's the discussion that's ongoing. And then also to understand that the key thing that goes on within the space is ensuring that people are able to express themselves and be themselves. And therefore, international organizations that work in this space, especially HIV programming, will be affected because, of course, a lot of the money that is used on HIV programming in Ghana is not Ghana funding. It is global fund. And if you want to subscribe to some of these funding mechanisms, it means that you must be human rights. Now I want people to understand, if people are listening and watching, that you must be human rights compliant. What we are saying is, if you subscribe to some of these funds that our government subscribe to, and we can't fund our own HIV programming in Ghana, it means that we infringe on the rights, human rights of these people, including the Article 21 rights that I've mentioned already, and some of the rights in the convention on in the UN conventions. So the UN Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, UN Covenant on political, civil and political rights. All these things are infringed upon in the international scene, and so Ghana is by this law saying that we do not respect these rights of these people. Once we go against these rights in these documents that we have signed to that are legally binding, then we get into serious trouble with a lot of the things that we want to do on the international scene. I mean, Ghana pushes itself as the black star of Africa, and then also the human rights compliant country of Africa, amongst even in West Africa and among a lot of African countries. With this law, we are showing that our hypocrisy of showing that we are a human rights compliant country is very clear by putting a law in place that invades the rights of vulnerable people who cause no harm to anybody.
That means that Ghana has a lot to lose, and also there will be, that if the bill is passed, there's going to be a lot of court cases and also petitions from all over the world. So we'll be right back to discuss more on this issue. This is the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. We are speaking with our guest, who is a human rights advocate and former director of Amnesty International Ghana, Robert Akoto Amoafo, who is on Zoom from South Africa. So, Robert, we're talking about some of the things that the country Ghana could face when this bill is passed. And already we are seeing a lot of, dissatisfaction from the international community. Also, some Ghanaians who are fighting for the human rights of everybody, including those of the LGBTQI community. And were you surprised to see all these actors and all these celebrities coming up to fight for the human rights of these communities? And how did you, what was your reaction to also the huge number of people who are against the others who are fighting for their freedoms?
So it's heartwarming to see that celebrities or actors and people like One Love Kobolo, Debbie, and the others are all in support of going against this bill, which is useless and unnecessary. I think basically every human rights loving, humane person who lives in Ghana and believes in protecting one another and believes that any act that somebody does, like how we say in even the so-called quotation that we always put ahead, that our former president in his blessed memory, Ivan Satamels, said, do fear them. So if somebody is doing something in their privacy and it doesn't harm you in any way, somebody is doing his advocacy and it doesn't touch you in any way, it doesn't harm the economy, it doesn't cause road accidents, it doesn't cause people to get sick or people not to get beds in hospitals, why won't well-meaning Ghanaians who understand human rights and understand that by protecting one another, by protecting the vulnerable people, we are protecting everybody? So for me, it's a welcoming initiative. It's a good thing that we are seeing. At least it means that people who are pushing this agenda of all Ghanaians do not accept this would realize that it is not true. It is not true that majority of Ghanaians know. How many people have we heard, and why are we pushing this idea? So for me, this shows that they are Ghanaians, even if there are only 5 Ghanaians who do not agree to this bill. I think Parliament and the executive have a responsibility to listen to these 5 people and ask them why, and take their ideas into consideration in this process.
I know you'll be keenly following all the proceedings, and you'll be taking notes as well, because you would be doing a lot of advocacy, which is part of the work you do. How do you see this turning out to be? Do you think it's feasible? Do you think, or do you feel threatened? Do you think the community feels threatened at this point? Is this something that will work? Would the bill be passed? Could it be passed or not? Because we ran a poll on GhanaWeb, and about 80% want that bill. and a lot of Ghanaians want it. If you look at the comments everywhere, and you are saying that if 5 people are fighting for the rights of a few, it's better, it's heartwarming. Do you feel threatened? Do you think you could lose out on this advocacy?
Though I did not hear clearly, I'll just say that it's, for me, the most important thing is, and I keep stating it again and again, is think about it. If you're a Ghanaian and you're saying, I'm fighting for our culture, how does somebody having sex in their bedroom harm your culture? If you say somebody is advocating for rights of LGBT when they are promoting LGBT rights and therefore it will harm our children, how many children have been harmed by somebody saying that LGBT people have human rights? Everybody's child is their responsibility. And therefore, if you think that your child should not hear this, send your child to a school where they will not teach this. And I think that for using the idea that children should not hear, then we shouldn't watch a lot of pornographic things that are shown in the daytime on TV, because children are not supposed to be hearing and seeing a lot of things that we see in our society, nudity of people who have mental illness on the streets and all of that. So I think that people should rather base their arguments on how the existence of LGBT people or the fact that people have their sexual orientation harm them in any way. You know, and that is the most important thing that we should think about. People who try to compare homosexuality to armed robbery, doesn't make logical sense. An armed robber picks a gun and puts it on somebody and demand their thing that they have worked for, or their money, or even kill them. How can you compare this to 2 adults who are making love and making sex and enjoying it? You know, so for me, I think that we should focus on what matters the most. It doesn't matter if it's only 5 gay people that are in Ghana. Once they are a minority, they need to be protected. In every democracy, what we seek to do is not only to hear the voice of the majority, but also hear the voice of the minority and know where they stand and see how we can support them if what they are doing does not harm us in any way. If you look at what is happening now, it is just some people riding on the popularity of the ignorance of a lot of people and continually churning out wrong information, misinforming people and pushing myths about the community they know nothing about and they have not even met before and they have not had a conversation with, and they go ahead to make this law. I think if these people mean well, as they have stated in the law that they are providing psychosocial and all those kind of helps that they so-called say they are putting in the law, if they really mean it, they would look for LGBT people and speak with them and understand their situation. I have been in a conversation with a number of members of parliament who were in the presence of a number of LGBT people, and they spoke to them and they told them their truth. So I wonder why some of them are still pushing such a law, and they are part of a team that is pushing such a law. So it's sad that we will not seek to know the people we are making a law for. If we are making a law for children, we push that we ensure that children participate. If we are making a law for women, we should ensure that it is women that are passing that law or pushing it.
Okay, so for clarity, did you say we have members of
LGBT people out?
Can you hear me, Robert? Yes, for clarity, did you say members of parliament had already had a meeting with some members of the LGBTQ community?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, I want to know if you just said there was a meeting and you were part of a meeting by members of parliament with LGBT community members. Did you say there was a meeting like that in the past?
Yes. Of course, I mean, the discussion on LGBT did not start today. I mean, in so many years ago, there have been meetings, there have even been presentations where I have made a presentation at a meeting where there were members of parliament and all of that. So it's, for me, it's not new. I think that the only thing is people willing to listen and understand. That is the problem, and appreciate that they may have a different view, and that doesn't, it's not wrong. And I think that is something that we should be clear about. As human rights advocates, we are not saying that members of parliament are wrong and we are right. Nobody is saying by proposing such a law, you are wrong. No, what we are saying is you are not considering the people that you are working with, and you are not looking at the laws that already exist, which already grants these people basic human rights. That if you introduce this law, what you do is you take those rights from them. And that is what we are saying. That nobody is saying that by expressing yourself as a member of parliament or expressing yourself as somebody who do not believe in what LGBT people do, you are wrong. What we are saying is you may have your belief, you may have what you think is right, you may have your culture, your tradition, you may have something you call your Ghanaian culture, your African culture that you as an individual may believe in. But that shouldn't go and infringe on the rights of another person who is privately doing his or her business or talking about an issue that does not bring any harm to anybody, and use it as a means to do a law that would criminalize their existence and gag people from speaking. That is what we are against.
South Africa right now, I know the country is, welcoming of the LGBTQ community. How do they live hand in hand? How do they live as a community and as a country with the entire, LGBTQ family also part of it?
If you come to South Africa, as you may be aware, South Africa in the whole world, and that is why sometimes when you talk about gay or LGBT not being African, sometimes you wonder where these other Africans come from. If Ghana is a different Africa, I'm waiting for members of parliament to say, or the religious leaders who are pushing this law to say. But I live in South Africa now. I school in South Africa, and one of the clear things, like I was saying before, is that their constitution is the first in the world. It wasn't US, it wasn't Europe that had the first constitution that recognized sexual orientation, that recognized sexual minorities. It's in an African country called South Africa. And South Africa has it in their constitution, not even just the law, it's in their constitution. And people coexist. No culture has been harmed. Zulu people have their culture, they still exist. Tona people have their culture, they still exist. All the so-called culture that these people are talking about, I live in South Africa, and they still live their culture. The Zulu king passed away not long ago. They did their tradition, they buried him, they installed another chief, whatever, all things went on well. Nothing changed. So when people talk about culture and tradition and things like that, it's sad that we don't learn. That is the problem for a lot of us, and especially a lot of our lawmakers and policymakers and our religious leaders, that they don't learn. They travel to a lot of these countries. They travel to these places to have holidays, to have meetings, to have whatever you call it, and they don't learn from what is there. South Africa has it in their constitution. No religion has changed. Christians still go to church. Christians still go do whatever they want to do. Traditional leaders still do whatever tradition they have to do. And so for me, it is the idea of we taking lessons and learning. Rather, if you look at other countries like Uganda and Nigeria that have passed such a similar law, it is rather increasing human rights abuse, increasing withdrawal of funding for the things that we are funded for by other countries and other donors. It is increasing blackmail, violence, and so on. So for me, it's about our country taking lessons from where it is most practical. In South Africa, people live in peace. There is more development here, physical development, and you can see the only challenge in South Africa is the inequality that exists amongst blacks and whites. And that is not even a problem with sexual minorities. So for me, what do you hope to see in Ghana? Something that we can learn as a country from.
What do you hope to see in Ghana when it comes to rights, human rights, in the next 5 years or even less?
Pardon?
What do you hope to see in Ghana when it comes to human rights in the next few years or even less?
I hope that we learn as a country and we implement the laws we make. We have, Ghana has some of the beautiful laws you can ever think about, but unfortunately they are not implemented because, like this law, there are financial implications. There are a lot of other implications that this law brings, but we are not thinking about it, and therefore we may put this law in place, and it would continue to rather deteriorate us as a country than rather make us better. So for me, for the next 5 years, if this law is not passed, I think it is an opportunity for us to really look at our human rights system in the country and revitalize our commitment as a country to protecting every individual, as our constitution has said. And that funding is given to SHRAJ as a government human rights institution to function properly, that they can have a strategic plan as a human rights body and implement their human rights strategies. The government put money in the domestic violence fund that is supposed to support persons who suffer from domestic violence and build and construct shelters that would help women and children and people who are abused by men, and have a high statistics in Ghana that they focus on building shelters and providing funding to social workers who do this work and do it well. I also see in the next 5 years, if this law is not passed, and I hope, and I am very hopeful that it does not pass, that that we revitalize our involvement at the Africa regional level in the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Over the past almost 20 years, Ghana has not reported as expected by the African Commission, that we report every year, every 2 years, what the status of human rights in Ghana, and we haven't done it. The Attorney General must take note of that, and see that we have human rights obligations internationally and regionally, and we must obey all those human rights obligations that we have as a country.
Okay, so is it fair to say that it wouldn't be right to introduce LGBTQ stories or the entire community in our education system? This is a question that has been lingering, where people say the moment we allow the freedom of the LGBTQ community in Ghana, is going to affect the education system, where children are supposed to be given some education on this community. Do you think it would be fair to say it's not needed in the education system, or you think children should be taught about the LGBTQ community as well?
I think sexual, or already our government and our religious leaders are fighting against comprehensive sexuality education, and I wonder why. And the idea that we should give children some information and leave some out, and then also the idea that by teaching children about sex, it is asking them to have sex. That is wrong. I think this is not really even about the LGBT only, but the idea that the way our religious leaders, traditional leaders make sex look like, they make sex look like it is some monster staying somewhere that if it pounds on children, it will make them become sex. Rather unfortunate, we see the opposite in the statistic that we're seeing from a lot of the places in Ghana, where children are becoming teenage. We have a high rate of teenage pregnancy in certain areas, especially the central and the Volta region. We are having incidents of adolescent sexual transmitted diseases. This is because we are not educated on these matters. So for me, it is not the matter of LGBT alone. If you talk about sex education, it is every other sexual activity that at an appropriate age. So we should get it right. At an appropriate age, where we believe that at the development stage of the child, they are able to make informed decisions on their sexuality and understand what their bodies are doing to them, then we can give them the information that is required at the age where they are required to have it. So even if it includes LGBT, it should be given at a stage where children are able to understand. So at what age do we teach children about vagina and penis? Excuse me as I'm using this language on your platform if it's not allowed.
I think they're
allowed.
allowed.
The male sexual organ and the female sexual organ. When do we teach them that there is an insertion of the male sexual organ into the female sexual organ? Where do we teach them that touching this part of your body is sexual? You know, I don't think LGBT people today grew up before they became, as far as studies have shown, and haven't interacted with a number of LGBT people. I don't think LGBT people come up into adulthood before they understand or they take up sexuality. It doesn't happen like that. As you may be aware, at an adolescent age, a lot of young people start discovering things about their body, they start understanding things, they start exploring. So if you want to save someone, what do? You give them information that would save them from harming themselves. Rather than keep information from them, they harm themselves and rather come to find out later about this information.
So you believe children should be given information about sexuality?
Pardon? Please go on.
You believe children should be given education about sexuality? General sexuality, including that of the LGBTQ, and you think it will help them to be, better adults?
Yes, of course. I mean, if a child wants to report to you that even if it is a male child and another male adult has touched this child and the child wants to report, how will they report it if they don't know what that means? If a teacher, and it happens now, schools, let's not forget, if a male teacher touches a male student and he doesn't understand what is going on, how will he report? Let's not create the impression that LGBT is coming to eat up children. Like I've said on several platforms, sex with a child or sexual involvement of a child of any kind is wrong. If we talk about LGBT like this, we normalize male teachers having sex with female students and children. We normalize it by pushing this agenda that it is gay sex that is wrong and heterosexual sex is correct. So if a young girl in school, in secondary school, has a teacher who has sex with them and they know that this is wrong, it is wrong. We should teach it like that, that any sexual activity with you as a child is wrong. Report it.
Okay. So finally, you may be facing about between 6 months and some years of prison time if this law is passed. That's if the law is passed. Is this something that you've thought about? Is it something that is making you plan your return to Ghana? Is this something that will stop you from coming back home if it's passed?
I am coming back. I'm Ghanaian. My family is in Ghana. I've worked in Ghana. My specialty is in Ghana. So obviously I'll be back home. And that is why we are preventing that and ensuring that one thing is clear, that I as an individual have not only worked on LGBT rights. I've worked, if you Google the issue of the witchcraft issue that happened recently, I was on top of the situation. There have been issues that I have spoken vehemently about. I have been top of issues of women, of children, of men, of police violence, of brutality, of human rights. So it is not about me. It is about human rights for all persons. It's about ensuring that I, as a human rights advocate, will not stand there and see that LGBT people are being abused by the police, by parliamentarians, by people, and I can't speak about it because I am gagged by a law that limits me from saying, look, by arresting LGBT people and putting them in cells just because of their sexual orientation is wrong, I can be arrested as well and put in the same cell as the gay person. Then that is a big problem. And sometimes I even wonder what some of these lawmakers think about. You arrested somebody who you say is gay, or is a gay, meaning a male person who has sexual attraction towards the same person which is male. and you arrest the person, go and put the person in the cells where he's going to be with holy males for 5 years. I mean, sometimes I wonder if these things are thought through carefully, you know, and whether by and looking at the state of our prisons, look at the state of people sleep packed together. You are sending somebody who is internally sexually aroused by men and put them in a packed state with other men. They are going to sleep on the same bed with one man in the same place. And you think that will change the person will come out after the person has come out. It doesn't make sense. So for me, I think that we need to critically think about this and see that as human rights advocates, it's wrong to gag us, because the only people who speak against what government does when it's wrong and be able to speak about it freely is civil society. So if civil society is also gagged and the law criminalizes me as I do my work, then there's a problem, not for only gay people, but in future, it could be for another group of people. We recently saw and I want to bring this on board so that people will understand. We recently saw what was happening between Christians and Muslims. It is not far away from us. It has happened in other countries. It can happen. So we should not talk about this majoritarian process of saying that we are more. Christians are more by our data. Christians are the most recent data I saw. Christians are about 71% of people in Ghana. So and there's a quotation that says, when they came for the socialists, I didn't say anything. Now they will come for me. So I'm just sending it out there. If you're a minority group and they are speaking against a particular minority because of their sexual orientation, and you're not speaking, and you're also speaking against them, get ready. Your time will come.
So are you going to stop your advocacy if the law is passed, or you're going to continue from afar? Because you'll be arrested if you are here.
I'm going to continue doing my work. I think it's important. However way or process that I am supposed to do my work, I will continue to do my work. I will continue to do research, publish research, speak about issues, and continue lobbying and also negotiating and discussing these things at the various levels. Remember that Ghana is not only it's not an island. Ghana is part of a number of international organizations, including the African Union, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, the UN, and various institutions. So even if I'm not able to speak in Ghana, and remember, Ghana is up for the UPR, Universal Periodic Review, with the Human Rights Council on the UN next year. So even as an advocate, if I'm not able to speak in Ghana, I can speak over there. And that goes against the record of Ghana.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Robert. This was an exciting episode of The Lowdown with our guest, human rights advocate, Robert Akoto Amoafo. Watch us every Monday on all of GhanaWeb's digital channels and get interactive. My beautiful clothes were designed and tailored by Anne-Marie Fashion. Give them a call and get yours on 057 0963 796. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Be safe.
Continue thriving and obviously achieve higher, and everybody knows that even though I'm not working with them again, but my personal relationship with the owner and many of the management and the staff, it is where my heart is. So I wish them very well, but I'm sure that even without wishes they will still do very well.
my viewers. My name is Ellie 630, and I'm doing this one for you. I call this one Accra Day. So let's vibe. Accra Day, your boy for hustle. That be how we dey grind. Accra Day, your boy for hustle. That be how we dey grind. Even if money no day, still vim day. Cause Gary day. Even if money no day, still vim day. Cause watch it day. We wake up with a morning vibe. With or without money, vim day. Get a boy go to roadside. Coco watch it, that be the vibe. Money no day will be balanced die. No. Accra Day, your boy for hustle. That be how we dey grind. Even if money no day, still vim day. Cause watch it day. Even if money no day, still vim day. Cause Gary day. Accra, any criminal can roam about. And if you leave your door open, then go steal you. Accra, anybody can come right away. But if you don't take time, you go back. Accra Day, your boy for hustle. That be how we dey grind. Even if money no day, still vim day. Cause watch it day, that joint day. Even if money no day, still vim day. Cause Coco day. For the roadside, no. For the roadside, you know, we are chop up. For the roadside, you know. For the roadside, you know. So one very morning, I was walking on the streets of Accra, and I saw this lady where I was so hungry, and she gave me something. As of now, I don't even know what she gave me. So it's up to you to define what she gave me. So listen. Now I dey walk for the roadside in the morning, where I see him. I say, Oba, I want to eat something. Where she drop him. She check my body to see the money way left for my body. She keep me short, but she no give my body. So for the roadside where we started eat, oh. For the roadside, you know. For the roadside, you know, we are chop 'em. For the roadside, you know. For the roadside, you know, we are chop 'em. For the roadside, you know. For the roadside, you know, we are chop 'em. For the roadside, you know, we are chop 'em. The thing they be, the feeling be deep, my know. I know the fit to left 'em. So for the corner where we dey chop everything, no play. We dey eat, we dey laugh, we dey grind day. We dey chop everything, so my nigga. For the roadside, you know. For the roadside, you know, we are chop 'em. For the roadside, you know. For the roadside, you know. I'm trying to make a life for you and I. Trying to make a future with my wife, oh. Them say you and I, we no go fit to make up. I swear it be lie. I know be part of Lamem gang like I go give you vibes song. One my dear penna, 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 penna. One my dear penna. Cause the time I dey chase you now no money day. If you say you love me, mommy ya don't do it. If you say you need me, mommy ya don't do it. Don't do, don't do. Mommy ya don't do it. Don't do, don't do. Mommy ya don't do it. We are divinely accepted. So be my woman, make her be your man. So that together we go be united. Yeah, me and Kwano ma dede. If I no get love, we I get 6 packs. Will you marry me? If you no be Benz, we be moto. Will you marry me? Don't do, don't do. Mami ya don't do it. Don't do, don't do. Mami ya don't do it. Hey, anytime I go see you, beer, then my body it dey itch me. It be like make I go there, colleague or not see inside. Make I swim till 6:30. But so me aketia, meje, ebusinya penny, ababeji mu 360. Inti ino de me. Yankosa on the beach, forget it Kempiski. My yadoninya popular say Ekufado SHS campaign movie my high five. Even in difficulties, we never go turn back. No Baba say no matter the hard times. Minya Yesu Christo, anka mesha wobo. Ba minya Lucifer you say dear, mesha wodo. Minya yanka me 1 month 3 days. But what if I go and I don't come again? Don't do, don't do. Mami ya don't do it. Don't do, don't do. Mami ya don't dare. Hey, I swear what don't know etale me who to say skinny. Ope BlackBerry phone, but mini penny. I swear my father like other. Oh yeah magic, oh to me blinking it is a universal charger and so every say koku mini kobo. Me last penny 1 CD me di bedi koku. Me ya fresh. It is say America dollar, but minisika. It's every day me trebola. It's open me. Minisika me top best, but me work else. It's every day me ya fresh. Or that chuma me. Oh yeah me taste for the last. Otale me bo. It is say Barcelona crest. To be precise, you are the best in the world. It's my me kwai. Na me no one's na. Don't do, don't do. Mami nya don't do, don't do, don't do. Mami nya don't do. Say that say, oh evil man, playing smart and not being clever. Said you walk in iniquity to achieve vanity. By the goodness of Jaja, endure right forever. If you are the victory, we are the snowflakes, ready to cut you down, sharpened to cut you down. These are the words of my master. Keep on telling me, no weak hearts shall prosper. Whosoever they get a beat shall fall in it, fall in it. Whosoever they get a beat a burying it. If you are the big tree, we are the small legs, ready to cut you down, sharpen to cut you down. If you are the big tree, we are the small legs, ready to cut you down, sharpen to cut you down. There's no one to say. There's only nothing really got a way of driving me crazy. I need somebody to hear, somebody to know, somebody to have, somebody to hold. It's easy to say, but it's never the same. I guess I cannot laugh the way you numb to the pain. Now that they bleed into nightfall, and you're not here to get me to the door. I lay my guard down, and then you pulled it wrong. I was getting kinda used to being someone you love. I'm going under, and this time I feel there's no one to turn to. There's only nothing way of loving got me sleeping without. Somebody to know, somebody to hear, somebody to have, just to know how it feels. It's easy to say, but it's never the same. I guess I cannot laugh the way you helped me escape. Now that they bleed into nightfall, and you're not here to get me to the door. I lay my guard down, and then you pulled it wrong. I was getting kinda used to being someone you love. I'm Ellie 630, and I did this with GhanaWeb TV. Check me out on Ellie 630 on Instagram, Ellie_630_official on Instagram, and on Facebook, Ellie 630, Twitter, Ellie 630, YouTube, Ellie 630. It was nice having you. I sign out.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
So do you know how long the company has been in existence? 22 years?
No, I didn't. It's when you reached out to us and mentioned that you're 22 years, and I think that's shocking. I've followed, GhanaWeb for quite a while, more than a decade, but I wouldn't have pegged you guys for having been in existence for more than 2 decades, and I think that's really positive for you guys. You've served the nation really well with the kind of contents that you've delivered to your readers over the past years, and I think that it's been a pleasure, having worked with you for me at Soccerbet, and for every other reader out there. I'm sure they'll be really pleased to know that you've been in existence for 22 years. We want to, from here at Soccerbet, what we want to say to you at GhanaWeb, to your management, to your staff, is congratulations for this particular feat. It's been an amazing journey, I'm sure, and I want to wish you all the best going forward for the years to come. Everything that you do, may it work well for you. May you go beyond your boundaries and continue to serve the entire populace.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
It's yet another Friday, and I've come your way once again to serve you some business stories that made headlines in the week and an interview a member of the business desk had with an expert. My name is Ernestina Sewa Asante, and this is BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from that break. Last week, Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta appeared before Parliament to present the mid-year budget review statement. So my colleague Mauli Aholumega sat with the IEA boss to dissect the minister's presentation. Let's have a look at their conversation.
Hello and welcome to this week's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. The Finance Minister has presented the 2021 mid-year budget before Parliament. Amongst many things, he has outlined a very ambitious plan to create 1 million jobs over the next 3.5 years. Also, government is also lagging behind its revenue mobilization efforts. We'll be delving into a conversation with the Director of Research at the Institute of Economic Affairs, Dr. John Kwache, and we'll be having a conversation on the post-budget analysis of the just presented mid-year review statement by the Finance Minister. Doc, good morning. How are you doing?
I'm good. And you?
I'm fine, thank you. So the Finance Minister has presented the budget. What's your general overview of the presentation?
Well, the budget is, of course, a very big document, and it contains a lot of, issues, various policies, how the minister is going to raise revenue to fund various projects and programs, and so it's a very big document. So naturally, one will normally choose areas that are of interest to him, and then maybe highlight them. But in general, my view is that just like previous budgets, the budget doesn't have the plans to collect revenue. To me, they are not sufficient, or they are not ambitious enough. In other words, I look at our revenue profile. I mean, how much government is collecting. I mean, the minister says they will collect this year, and even go into the medium term. And I'm looking at them and I'm saying, these amounts, they are not enough to fund all the other, the expenditure needs of the country. So naturally, what happens is that because we are not collecting enough revenue, our expenditure is also constrained. We need resources to do a lot of things. And I'm sure that every sector of this economy is crying for money. Without money, you cannot do much. So I have a serious reservation with the effort to collect revenue to fund various projects and programs. And then when we go into how we allocate the resources that we mobilize also, we don't mobilize enough, but within what we mobilize, again, the allocation is not that efficient in the sense that we spend more on things that are more consumption related, paying interest, paying salaries, funding administration and all those recurrent expenditures. And then we devote very little to capital expenditure, which will rather cause the economy to grow and then even create more jobs. And so in general, this is my view of the budget.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for that submission. But I want to come to what was very key when he was making the finance minister was making the presentation. He said he wasn't coming to Parliament to ask for more money. Do you think that was a very prudent move? Do you think maybe because they've borrowed enough or they have enough money and they are seeking to work within a certain budget frame?
To me, he's just trying to play safe, because he just sticking to the budget that he presented last year in November.
Okay.
Saying that, look, my revenue estimates, I'm sure I hope to, be able to mobilize what I said I'll collect. The expenditure side also, I'll keep to the expenditure ceiling, the appropriation that the Parliament approved for me last year. And because of that, I'm not asking for any more money. And then also, of course, he's not introducing any taxes. These are the two areas that require, parliamentary approval. If you are introducing new taxes or asking for more money, then Parliament will have to approve. But he didn't ask for either of them. So what will happen is that Parliament will just debate the budget, comment on it, and then they pass it. Yeah, but I thought after 6 months after presenting the budget last year, I would have thought that the minister would take advantage of developments in the economy, which must have affected his revenue estimates and expenditure estimates, and come up with new estimates. There's nothing wrong with going back to Parliament and asking for more money. Of course, you need the approval to do that, but there's nothing wrong with that. Okay. So the minister, I think, like he played it safe. So I'm not collecting any money. But whether he will be right on target as far as his revenue estimates and expenditure estimates are concerned, and therefore keep to the budget, deficit 9.5% of GDP. That is going to be, I'm sure, very challenging.
Okay. Now, obviously, we know COVID has done quite a lot on the economy. Our public debt stock keeps on rising. As at last, the Bank of Ghana's latest figures for May, the GDP ratio is almost close to 77%. Should we be worried?
Yes, in a way, yes, we should. Because the rate at which we are accumulating debt, it's a bit worrying. 70% of GDP is normally used as a cutoff point for middle-income countries like Ghana. So we have certainly exceeded that. And if you look at the medium-term profile, and the IMF has given some estimates of our debt profile, you'll see that we'll stay above the 70% and even probably hit 80s. Before maybe after 5 years or so, coming back down. And already IMF has described Ghana as having a high risk of debt distress.
Yeah.
But all the same, if you look at the document, the Article 4 consultation document, they have also said that it is still manageable. Okay, so we have a high risk of debt distress, but they say it is still manageable.
But Doc, isn't that scary a bit? Isn't that a bit
maybe
scary?
What they are thinking is that over the medium term, maybe they project that the economy will grow. That's your GDP, growing fast enough so that, and then if you are able to reduce the budget deficit also, then you wouldn't need to borrow so much. So your debt profile will then tend to come down.
Yeah.
That's the kind of thinking that I think the IMF has. But as a matter of fact, you see, the debt stock, to be honest, the debt stock is really not the immediate burden for the budget. It doesn't pose immediate financial burden because your debt stock is 100% of GDP. You are not going to pay all of it today, okay? But it's a debt service. In other words, how much you pay in terms of interest, that is going to, burden the budget today. And our interest payment, in terms of the tax, how much of our tax we use to pay interest is very high. It's over 50%. And so that is where the burden is. It's not just the debt stock.
Yeah.
And that really affect the budget because you have to allocate so much money to pay interest, and then you don't have enough to fund all the other activities. So that is where the burden is going to be.
Yeah. Okay. So I have a document here from your press conference the other day. I saw something very interesting on the fiscal deficit. I'll just read briefly. It says, the fiscal deficit is kept at the same level of about 9.5% as in the 2021 budget. It is, however, not known if this figure includes the energy and the financial sector cost or not. Government and opposition have argued noisily about whether reported deficits include or exclude these costs. So just a little brief. And there's always been this back and forth, obviously, from both parties as to whether they included the energy and the financial sector, which is the one that is whether increasing it or reducing it. What do you think is the solution to solve all this issue?
Yeah, I suggested in my presentation in that paper that government, since they came to power in 2017, they have had to pay some costs in the energy sector. They inherited some of those costs. They inherited some of them. So they have had to pay very substantial amounts in the energy sector. They have also, by bailing out the failed banks, they also spent a lot of money, over 20 billion.
Banking sector cleanup.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
So, and then recently COVID expenditures also. These are very huge expenditure items, okay? But they are certainly part of government expenditure, so they will feed through the budget into the deficit and even debt. They will run through like that, okay? So first, government should state clearly what these expenditures are in terms of, the expenditure going to the energy sector, the expenditure going to the banks, and then the COVID expenditure. Let's see them very clearly in the budget, okay? Then we will arrive at a deficit. Well, if that deficit doesn't include, those expenditures, anybody that wants to add them will then add them, okay? If you want to tell us that they are very irregular expenditures, extraordinary expenditures, and therefore I want to show them separately, that's fine. But my problem is not showing it at all.
Yeah.
And then even if we are not told whether the deficit that is being reported, whether it contains it or it doesn't contain it.
It doesn't make the numbers tally properly.
Exactly. So just the 9.5%, for instance, as I said, I didn't read anywhere in the budget, the review that said, oh, it contains these costs or it doesn't contain those costs. So I'm just appealing to government to, even if you can state them as a memorandum items.
Yeah.
I think that's what opposition is also probably.
Yes. They've made a call for it a number of times.
We want just transparency.
Yeah.
Transparency and credibility. Don't behave like you are hiding something. You don't have to hide it. You know, show it. And then especially those of us researchers who do analysis, and we want to see it so that we can use it to do our analysis. And it's good for transparency and credibility of the fiscal accounts.
Okay. All right, Doc, let me just go for a quick break. Okay, so I've been speaking to Dr. John Kwache, and he's the Director of Research at the IEA, and we've been talking about the budget, 2021 media budget review that was presented by the Finance Minister. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Okay, so welcome back. Doc, yeah, so we've been having a very interesting conversation. I want to delve down into something that is very, very topical to the average Ghanaian, unemployment. The minister announced a very ambitious plan of government to create 1 million jobs. We are in almost the first 6 months of a 4-year term of the NPP government. The finance minister says they are going to use the Ghana Cares or Batampa program to create these jobs. Do you think, what's your, I want to pick your thoughts of this whole job creation agenda.
Well, okay, as we all agree, unemployment is a big challenge in this country, especially youth unemployment.
Yeah.
Which has all kinds of problems. In fact, the minister quoted the Ghana Saska Service that you know, unemployment, the national unemployment rate is about 8.4%, and that the rate for the youth is 12.6%.
12.6. Yeah.
Well, to me, these figures, they are a bit conservative as far as, although I don't have the exact figures. But if we look at, I mean, what is going on, you know, on the ground, and then I don't even know how they will classify underemployment, because yes, we have unemployment. Some people who have
no jobs at all. Yeah.
Then there's also somebody who is just selling dog chains on the street. Can we call that person unemployed? So there's a very serious problem of underemployment. Okay, but these figures aside, I know that the problem is much bigger than maybe what the Saska Service is saying. Unless, of course, they have a different definition of unemployment. Government has proposed several schemes.
Yeah, the National Unemployment Insurance Scheme.
They are mainly targeted to the youth, which are very, I mean, very, very good and well-intentioned, schemes, especially the training aspect. Okay, that they will train them, and equip them with the necessary skills so that they can become more employable. I think that's a very good initiative.
Yeah.
That every government, I mean, should undertake. Okay, but when it comes to creating jobs, government can only create temporary jobs. They may not be of the best quality jobs, because job creation really is not the mandate or the responsibility of governments. Okay, they can help. What governments normally do is to create the enabling environment, conducive environment, yes, for businesses to grow, the private sector to grow, and then they will create the jobs and absorb, the unemployed. But of course, as you said, the Obatampa or Cares
Ghana Cares program, yeah,
that is where they said they will try and transform the economy, in various ways through agriculture and agribusiness, industry, and industry, and then also digitization. and technology. Okay, so they have a whole host of schemes that they said they are used to generate jobs and you see, but the point is that these schemes, I mean, we have heard about them, many of them in the past. Okay, the challenge normally is how to concretize them, how to really implement them, because some of them also require resources, money. Already the NAPCOP, a lot of resources is going to the NAPCOP. You see, sometimes we hear that maybe even their allowances have delayed and all kinds of things. So, these schemes they involve a lot of resources. And that will also impose further burden on the budget. That is why it is always advisable for government to do its best. Training, for instance, as I said, is very good. Because let's equip the youth so that they can also employ themselves. They don't always have to go looking for somebody to employ them. In other countries, they equip people with skills, the youth, so that they can also create their own jobs. So that's what I have to say about that.
Yeah. So just quickly back on that, some have suggested that the private sector is not so well positioned for some of these policy interventions to roll out. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, but of course, we all know that the Ghana private sector is probably not that, it's weak, and maybe on the size there, maybe it's a big sector. Most of the activities are also in the informal sector, and but it is because we have not addressed the obstacles, various impediments that have kept them, so weak. So we need to address the obstacles that have faced the private sector. If you look at, the regulatory framework, their access to credit, their access to utilities, the cost of infrastructure support, public services, the cost of public services, and then even taxation. All of these obstacles sort of, have hindered the growth of the private sector. So we need to open up and remove these obstacles, ease them. Otherwise, they will continue to be tiny and weak, and then they cannot absorb. And then the responsibility for job creation will lie entirely on government. Meanwhile, the public sector is overbloated already. Most of our resources, a lot of our resources is going to the public sector. And it's not always funding efficient activities. It's not always going to investment. Some of them mainly compensation and all that. So that is, government must try and get the proper balance between creating the jobs themselves and then empowering the private sector, to do so.
So basically, it's about getting quality jobs and sustainable ones.
Oh yes, quality, more permanent jobs. You can say I've created jobs. You see, and then when government also tries to impose itself on the job market, like create these jobs and determine arbitrarily wages and so on, they distort the labor market. The government is not responding to labor supply and demand. They are just imposing these numbers on the market and then determining their salaries and wages and so on. So it creates that kind of distortion also in the labor market.
All right, Doc. I want to come to point 8. I also think this is very important from your statement. Economic transformation policy. The first line is very, very startling. You said the Ghanaian economy has retained virtually its colonial structure. 64 years after independence, still exporting extractives and other primary commodities. Because these commodities are exported in raw, unprocessed form, they fetch low prices on international markets. where Ghana is a price taker and render the economy vulnerable to terms of trade shocks. This is quite startling. I remember you almost said the same thing, I think in the last budget as well, that we are still having an issue with our commodity pricing as well. We're not able to really use that to our advantage. And you are saying it here again.
Yes, but this is something, a problem that has been with us for 64 years. So naturally, I've been saying it forever.
Yeah.
But it's not only me.
Yeah. Others have also said it. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Policymakers, researchers.
Even the international bodies have said it.
Exactly. And it's not like even our governments, our own policymakers. It's not like they don't know this. Is it? It is not like they don't know it. They know it. And I remember Nana Akufo-Addo, as far back as 2010 or thereabouts, he has been in this political life for a long time. During some of his campaigns, I've quoted some of them because I wrote a book, published it in 2011, and I've quoted some of the things that he said at that time. We have to transform this economy from its Guggisberg, structure. That's what they call it. I mean, colonial structure.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the concrete actions being taken to that effect, then we are always found wanting. And I don't know why, there's always that kind of a shortcoming when people are in government and they don't, take those actions that they said, oh, when we come to government, we will do them. You see, I mean, look at a simple example is our cocoa. Our cocoa. Ghana used to be the largest producer. Now Ivory Coast has taken it. We are in second. Between Ivory Coast and Ghana, we produce together 60% of the world output.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the total world cocoa market is worth $10 billion. I mean, raw beans market, $10 billion. So Ivory Coast and Ghana, we produce 60%. So we'll split 6 billion between us. We will earn 2 and they will earn 4. That is all that we get. But the international chocolate market is worth $100 billion.
Wow.
So if you keep producing raw cocoa beans, you are just targeting a $10 billion market.
You're not exploiting it into bigger branches.
Exactly. Now, what prevents us from processing our cocoa locally? Building the biggest cocoa factory in the world, because you are the biggest producer.
Yeah.
What has prevented us from doing this all these years? I don't know. You see, I'm not in policy, so sometimes I feel like, is it because we are not there? Do you hear me?
Maybe they don't get to see it the way you see it.
Exactly. So maybe, and what is it that inhibits them, when they get into power? It's not only cocoa, but industrialization as a whole, because that is what will transform this economy. Okay. Of course, the government has this one district, one factory, but whether we are doing enough there and whether it's the right model for us and all that, because as a country, we have de-industrialized the country. Ghana today is less industrialized than it was in 1970. Look at that. When we should have become more industrialized, we are less industrialized. So we are not doing things exactly right. Well, government says that under economic transformation, they are, they are targeting agric and the agribusiness. They have a lot of policies there.
Yeah.
And then also industry and technology. And then digitization. No, I believe that these policies are, well placed, well directed. Again, let us implement them. That's always a challenge. Let's implement them. The budget has so many policies. Let's implement them. But in many cases, you also need resources.
Yeah.
And then the resources, although we are not mobilizing enough resources.
Yeah.
If apart from the revenue, we also have our natural resources to exploit. We are not doing much there. Whatever we exploit, we give it away to foreign investors.
Yeah.
And we keep very little for ourselves. That's also not good.
Yeah, Doc, before I come to my conclusion, so obviously government has gone for some money to establish the Development Bank Ghana. Some have argued that already the ADB is already in existence. We have a lot of other banks. Why do we need to go and establish a whole new bank? What's your thoughts on this?
Well, of course, the ADB, NIB, there used to be even Bank for Housing and Construction. In addition to,
I didn't know that.
Yes, there used to be, those specialized banks that maybe they were created by Kwame Nkrumah's time.
Wow.
And the idea was that, you have commercial banks who do mainly commercial business. And then alongside that, in every country, you also have development banks. Okay. So these development banks, they were targeted to strategic sectors of the economy. So we had Bank for Housing and Construction. It's no more there. They've turned it to something else, which was meant to finance the housing sector. Okay. Then NIB for industry.
Yeah.
And then ADB for agriculture.
Agric, yeah.
But somehow it looks like along the way, these specialized development banks, it's like they lost their way and their mandates, and they all got involved in commercial banking. Typically, you get me? And they were doing less of what they were established
to actually do, yeah.
Exactly. But the question is, did you need a new one to not to replace them, but maybe work side by side with them? Or did you have to reform these existing ones? That was the question. Okay. Well, the government decided that, and I don't know what informed their decision, that we'll rather establish a new, development bank. But me personally, I'm all for development banks. I mean, in general.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you leave your strategic, sectors, agriculture, industry, and maybe housing, to the traditional commercial banks, they will neglect them, or the kind of interest rates that they will be charging. Credit is so expensive that those sectors will cannot grow as much as you would wish to. So you need to create a specialized bank so that at least government or the central bank can subsidize the credit that is going to those sectors that will be advanced by the bank. So I'm sure that the $200 million or so that they have contracted, borrowed to fund the bank, I'm sure that they are going to target it on lend it to these various sectors at subsidized rates. But the most important thing also is that you make sure that you recover those loans, because in the past the NIBs and the ADBs, they suffered from large amounts of non-performing loans. They lost money.
NPLs.
So what you have to do is that you make sure that this new bank, they don't also lose so much money because people don't pay back their loans. But I'm all for a development bank. Okay, and if government thinks that the bank should operate side by side with ADB and NIB because they have, lost their mandates, I don't know. They are in the best position to decide.
Okay, all right. Yeah. So we're concluding, and your concluding part of your statement that you put out a few days ago. And for me, the interesting bit is the end. You say, we need to take bold and innovative and ambitious measures to achieve the necessary quantum jumps in our development indicators so that we can lift our people out of poverty within a generation. The opportunity should be seized to redirect budget projections to this end while implementing transformative policies to accelerate the development of this country. And you say this all in the midst of a health and an economic crisis. What are your final thoughts?
Well, of course, I stand by exactly what you have read, my conclusion.
Yeah.
I mean, because I feel like as a country, we've waited too long. You know, it's like we are crawling. And if I look at the budget, the projections that they have in the budget, even going forward, I don't see any serious, there's not enough ambition. Okay, Ghana will grow at 5%, and the IMF says we should grow at 5% annual, and then we accept it. Why should we accept it? Because if we are to grow at 5%, it may take us, I don't know how long, you know, to increase our per capita income, double it, and so on. Our people are poor, you know, so we need to be bolder. We need to be more optimistic because we need to achieve quantum jumps, not just, you know, small incremental increases in our development indicators. And we can do that. The transformation of the economy, as we have said, has to be taken seriously, because that is the area that will take us, you know, allow us to grow, transform the economy, and catch up with those who are already above us. We started independent at the time of independence with these Southeast Asian countries. They have got far ahead of us. And what they have the same resources that we have. So we need to change the way that we do things. So I still stand by my conclusion. But you said we are in a COVID environment.
Yeah.
So yes, certainly we all, you know, we all agree that, you know, COVID is putting some challenges on us in terms of government expenditure and all that. That's the more reason that, even because of COVID, revenue is also not.
Yeah, we're not able to generate as much as we expect. Yeah.
I stated a lot of areas where we can plug the loopholes. That has got nothing to do with COVID. I mean, exemptions, property taxes, illicit financial. We can still have COVID and be doing those things. You know, so we cannot say because of COVID we've given up on everything. No, life must still go on, because as they said, COVID is a new normal. So we must learn to live with it.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, Doc. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yes, we've been speaking to Dr. John Kwache. He's the Director of Research at the Institute of Economic Affairs, and he's imploring that we take bold steps to revitalize our economy. This has been this week's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Mauli Aholumega. Over to you back, Ernestina, in the studio.
That was an interesting conversation, and thank you, Mauli Aholumega, for that interview. Up next is Tech Bits with Winston Amwabin.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Winston Amwabin, and today on Tech Bits, I'll be bringing another educational tool your way. Let me introduce you to Duolingo. It's an online tool that helps you learn new languages like German, French, Spanish, and Japanese, among others, in a fun and interactive way. It comes equipped with activities to help make learning a new language easy and interesting. Designed by experts, Duolingo prepares you to have real conversations in the language of your choice. It's available for free on your PC or smartphone. Today, I'll show you how you can use it on your smartphone.
Okay, so if you have an Android phone, what happens is that you go to the Play Store, and if you have an iOS device, you go to the App Store. Since I'm using an Android phone, I'll click on the Play Store. And when Play Store launches, in the search box, you type Duolingo. And you can see it says Duolingo, learn languages free. So you click on that. And then since I already have the app installed, I don't need to install it again. But then you install it if you don't have it installed already. So since I already have it installed, I click on open. And then we wait for the app to launch. So once it launches, you can see the app screen, Duolingo. You can see over 500 million learners and practice speaking, listening, and reading. So if you already have an account, you can click I already have an account. But since we are now starting to learn it and I don't have an account, I'm going to click on get started. So then on the next screen, you choose the language you want to learn. So I'm going to go with Japanese. So then we'll wait a bit whilst it loads the Japanese course. So then it asks you for a review about where you heard about the app from. So just to skip this, I'm going to click other. Then it asks you why you want to learn the language. So let me say for travel. So we can see here it talks about the course overview. You learn the basics of listening, speaking, reading, writing, and grammar in Japanese. This course overview is to help you in the best way possible for you to learn a language for when you are traveling. If you chose any other category like maybe school or let's say business, it would have taught you different ways to learn the language. But this particular course is tailored towards you because you chose traveling. So let me click on continue. And then you pick a goal. If you're a casual learner, that's about 5 minutes a day. If you're a regular learner, that's about 10 minutes a day. And if you're an insane learner, it says that's when it gives you a course for 20 minutes a day. So you're going to go with a regular learner. So then you have to choose a path. If it's the first time you're learning Japanese or you already know some Japanese, so I'm going to click first time. So then it loads the course for you. And then the course starts. You can see some word here and it mentions the word so you can repeat the word and helps you to also identify the characters of the word. So over here it said something like Niku. So then I'm going to hit Niku and then we check and we have it right. So then you keep going through the course and the different words that you have. You click continue and it brings another one. So after you've gone through the whole course, you can then register for the app and create an account so that you can have milestones you can follow. You have daily streaks that you can follow to help you, to keep you on the app, to help you stay focused, and you can also share with your friends. So you can continue learning with your friends and to make it more interactive.
Okay, that's all for today, and I'll come your way again next week with more internet tools. Stay safe, and I'll see you next week.
Up next is Biz Headlines. To our very first story, there seems to be growing agitation between the Electricity Company of Ghana and the Ghana Grid Company Limited, Joy News has reported. According to the news portal, this is as a result of Gridco's decision to invade a territory belonging to the ECG in order to sell power for industrial use at a cheaper tariff than what ECG offers. This news portal adds that the move is currently affecting the cooperation between both entities, with looming crisis set to kick off should the matter not be quickly resolved. It is said that the two power distribution institutions have since tabled their concerns to the Energy Minister, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh. ECG is, however, said to owe Gridco 1 billion cedis. The company, which is currently replacing obsolete transmission lines on major lines in the country for reliable and sustainable power supply, requires an additional $350 million to complete the project. Unhappy with the lack of progress in paying the debt, Joy News is learning that Gridco decided to sell power to industries at a cheaper tariff than what ECG offers others. Speaker of Parliament Alban Bagbin has assured Guta that the GIPC Act requiring $1 million minimum capital will not be removed nor amended in favor of Nigerians or other nationals. This comes after the Speaker had earlier made comments indicating that a review of the Act before Nigeria's Parliament, but clarified they were in consonance with a joint communique drafted by the Ghana-Nigeria Trade Delegation in the Ministry of Trade and Industry. Guta, after a meeting held with the Speaker of Parliament last week, detailed some outcomes of decisions with regards to the trade impact. The statement signed by its president, Dr. Joseph Obin, said the meeting discussed the $1 million capital requirement to be paid by the foreign retail traders, of which the Speaker stated he had no jurisdiction to remove or amend the act to favor Nigerian traders and other nationals. The meeting also sought to clarify some assertions that the Speaker had labeled Ghanaian traders as opportunists, of which he told members of GUTA his statements before Nigeria's parliament had been misconstrued and offer better clarity. Energy Minister Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh has lamented the debt crisis the Electricity Company of Ghana is currently faced with. According to the minister, a company like ECG, having a monopoly status to sell energy, should have huge cash reserves and also be able to make profits as financial backup. But what do we find? The ECG is always in debt, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh noted, as quoted by Graphic Online. This is because the chunk of the losses were in the area of commercials, and which is what the ECG is actually known for, selling energy. The Director of Research of the Institute of Economic Affairs, Dr. John Kwachi, has stated that revenue mobilization in Ghana still remains a major challenge. According to him, compared to other countries, Ghana's expenditure is not high enough because government fails to collect a lot of taxes. He further explained that a low revenue effort poses a constraint on the country's economy. The Bank of Ghana has directed telecommunications company, financial technological companies, mobile money operators, utility providers, among other organizations to provide information on the credit behavior of borrowers to curb risk associated with lending. Other organizations required also to provide information about their clients to the credit reporting system database include retailers, government institutions that offer credit to SMEs, institutions that provide identification documents, entities that supply goods and services on a post-paid or installment basis, student loan schemes provided by private or government agencies, and other entities that have relevant data and information that complies with permissible purposes of credit bureaus. According to the directive, the move will help promote the sharing of information on credit history of debtors with lenders and other users of the CRS. Given credit information, sharing is beneficial to both lenders and borrowers, as it helps lenders or creditors better assess the credit risk of each borrower or debtor. The Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority has encouraged importers of cars to acquaint themselves with the essential details associated with clearance of vehicles at the port in order to avoid confusion they often riddled with. Educating the public via the Eye on Port program, supervisor at the Customs Technical Services Bureau, Justice Maga, outlined the customs clearance process using Ghana's port. He emphasized that following the purchase of a vehicle and shipment by the shipper, one needs the service of a clearing agent who, per Ghana's laws, are the only ones allowed to clear goods at various ports and frontiers of the country. According to him, for the purposes of accountability and due to the technical nuances associated with Customs House business, these agents are trained by Customs to the level of a senior revenue officer, therefore equipping them with the technical know-how to deal with customs. He said the clearing agents will have to submit the details of the bill of lading of shipment, which contains the details of the car, into the integrated customs management system. A 4% increase in public debt, a 4% increase in public setup base pay will add 1.2 billion cedis to government spending on compensation this year, according to the Finance Minister, Ken Ofori-Atta. Ken Ofori-Atta told Parliament that overall expenditure on compensation will hit 31.5 billion cedis from the initial projection of 30.3 billion cedis. The increase is made up of 1 billion of extra spending on wages and salaries and a 175.3 million cedis rise in social contribution payments. Following a worsened fiscal situation after the coronavirus crisis, the government has resorted to pay restraint to help achieve fiscal consolidation. This led in July to one of the lowest public sector wage settlements in many years, with the government reaching a deal with unions to raise the base pay by 4% in 2021 and 7% in 2022. That's all for today. Keep watching GhanaWeb TV. But before you go, log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more stories. Follow us on our social media handles, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the GhanaWeb, and on YouTube, GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ernestina Sewa Asante. Have a lovely weekend.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational. But that's the beauty of the game.
Today, deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today, funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
I'm still alive, thank God. Just had a life-threatening accident on the N1. God saved me. Could have been fatal because the car's a write-off. We won't go now. God is alive, so am I. These are not my words. Indeed, they are 6 years old. After this brief break, I introduce the owner of these words. My name is Lord Harris Edwasare, and welcome to another edition of GhanaWeb's Road Safety Campaign series. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. You're watching the Ghana Road Safety Campaign series with me, Lord Harris Edwasare. Today, our guest is the prominent Kofi Otredakun, fashion designer. You should check out his work. But today, he's going to recount events that occurred in 2015. Must have been very dark. But the man is here himself, so he tell us about it all. KOD, welcome.
Lord, it's good to see you. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Right.
6 years?
Yes. It's been 6 years.
How was it like what was going through your mind when you wrote those words on Facebook?
And these are the exact words that run on my mind at the time, that next to God, men are indebted to life itself and also for making it worth living. You know, because I've had friends who have died in that same way. If you knew Kwame Osuansan, the actor, he died on that same stretch. And he drove into a truck, and that's how he died. And really, it was only by God's grace that I survived that. There was nothing special about what I did on the night.
You talk of Kwame Osuansan, and he also was interested in a similar way. He also drove into a truck.
Yes, I drove into a truck.
But what happened on that night? It was 1st April 2018?
It was on the eve of April Fool's Day, probably around 11:30.
Okay.
The stretch, the N1 wasn't very busy. In actual fact, I saw no traffic ahead of me. So I decided to drive quite fast.
Okay.
And that's what I told myself, oh, Charlie, let me drive fast. And when I got around Nestle, I saw a truck ahead of me. In actual fact, I thought it was in motion. So to my left was a Range Rover. My right side was, the pavement, but then it's been elevated. So if I went for, when I realized that the car was stationary,
Okay.
I had to think fast. Was I going for the Range Rover to my left or the pavement? Now, neither of them was going to work for me. And I think I was doing probably around 120, 120, 130. I was driving very fast. So I said to myself, okay, let me go for the brakes and hope the car stops before the truck. So I saw everything, like all the way. Pam! I saw every microsecond of it.
How did that feel like?
When it happened, I thought I was dead. I mean, I thought I was gone. You know how when you watch movies, people actually die and then they get out of their body. So opening the door myself, unstrapping the seatbelt and opening the door, to me at that moment was as though I died and just the body getting out of, the soul getting out of the body. That's how I felt. So I walked to the other side of the road and just lay on the pavement. A couple of guys came around. I think a driver who was also on the stretch came. They found my phone for me. The car was shattered from the front of the bonnet all the way to the windscreen, to actually the steer. The interior of the car, the way it looked shattered, everything was broken. I wonder how. I only got some bruises on, these bruises. That's all I got. Nothing. This is all I got. But I was in so much pain. And the guys were able to get my phone for me. I don't know, but for a strange reason, the first person I thought about was Kwame Sefakai, who should have been asleep by that time because he wakes up very early to get on the radio. So around 11:30 towards midnight, he should be sleeping. So I called him and he picked up. And I said, Magical, that's how we call each other, Magical. I just had an accident on the N1. And it's quite worrying. I don't know how I've been able to pick up, I don't know why I thought of you, but please, I need you to come and take me to the hospital. And because it was on April Fool's Day, the first thing he said was, Kofi Chan Kwasi Asamoah, April Fool's Day, only the measure how much you were Juma.
Wrong timing.
Yeah, wrong timing. So I think I was not in the mood to even argue. The next name that came on my mind, I didn't want to call my wife because I didn't want her worried at the time. So I called my brother-in-law. Actually, I called my wife, yes, and said, because I was driving her car on that night. It was a Kia Soul.
Okay.
Yeah. I was driving her car that night. And what I said was, Cross, that's how I call her, Cross. I just had an accident on the N1. Your car is a total write-off, but I'll get you another one. Please get Steven, that's my brother-in-law, to come take me to the hospital. So she asked where I was. I said I was right in front of Nestle. And so my brother-in-law, we don't live too far from that area, so he was there in about maybe 10, 15 minutes. And at that point, I began feeling very cold. And when you watch movies, when people are feeling cold, that's towards the end. So I thought, I was dying. People were like, okay, you have to go to the nearest police station to report. I'm like, no, I don't want to go to any police station. I want to go to the hospital. We went to a couple of hospitals around, the whole no bed thing. And finally ended up at 37, where we made some calls to some big people. And, they received us at the emergency ward, and took care of me.
How long were you in the hospital for?
I think I spent about 2 weeks. Yeah, they had all these things, because I was in a lot of pain. Yeah, I don't know what they call it. Nothing that straightens your neck, but I like a collar. That's what they call it, right? It was, to my neck. I spent some time there. My friends were coming in, my family from everywhere. My old man showed up and we're like, how can you die before me? And you won't believe this. My father died exactly a year after that, at the same place. Yeah, at the same ward where I was taken. It's not from an accident. Well, he was an old man. Yeah, but that's the same place that he died. And I still feel very blessed. I don't forget this accident every 31st of March. And I've had consistently I share the pictures. I want to go past that, but I think that it would also help other people, because sometimes you don't appreciate it until you know someone very close who's experienced something. Mm-hmm. And I think having been around for so long and everything I've done in the space of the media and fashion, everything that I represent, for me to speak about something like this, it would encourage other people and also deter people from doing what I did wrong. Because first of all, I was driving beyond the speed limit. I think on that stretch, it's about 100 kilometers per hour. I was doing like 120 and 130.
But you had your strap on?
I had my seatbelt on, thank God. I think it's one of the things that really saved me. Okay. And really, prior to that, I was one of those who was very guilty of wearing the seatbelt. But on that night, I was like, I'm going to drive fast. Let me wear my seatbelt. Wow. Yeah, I was very guilty. I thought, oh, Charlie, you're driving in Accra. You're doing what, 40, 60. Do you really need your seatbelt on? But there are moments that you'd be driving, and I've experienced that as well, when you're doing everything right, and then someone drives into you from behind. You'd still need your seatbelt to save you.
Otherwise, the impact.
Yeah, the impact. So seatbelts are very necessary. I think that God knew that I had so much more to do around here, and knew it was not time for me to go. My children were so little then, 6 years ago. I couldn't have left them. You know what I mean? And so it was an experience, and I share this with people like every now, like we're doing now. Yeah.
You mentioned that the truck was stationary.
Yes, it had been there for hours apparently. I think about a day before.
So there was no occupant?
No occupants. There was no occupant, no driver, nothing. It was just there. It was actually a dump truck.
That's a way to go.
Yeah. It was a dump truck.
Wow. So in the time that you spent in the hospital and then you were going through the pictures and stuff, did you ever think about it this way, that you had rammed into a dump truck, and so if that had taken away, that was how you were going to go?
That didn't strike me. I think the most important thing for me at that point was being grateful for having having lived after that accident. I mean, I've seen, like I mentioned, Kwame Uswan's name earlier. Many people have died as a result of having that same kind of accident. I think one happened not too long ago in front of Tesano police station, just a couple of weeks ago. That same kind of accident. I was so angry that morning. Yeah, it was stationary at dawn, and someone, drove into it. And consistently, we've lost so many lives because of that same thing. A truck is left in the middle of the road for days and no one goes to attend to it. I thought there are people responsible for keeping our roads safe, but it happens. And look at the number of people we've lost this year to road accidents alone. I think it's been the highest in our country's history. And this should not happen when people are getting smarter, technology is getting better. Do you understand? There's more communication. You don't need just one or two radio stations saying that. It's on social media. It's everywhere. You know, we hear about the statistics. We see the numbers. We unfortunately get to see some of the videos as well. So I think that, thank you very much for this platform. You know, I can use this to also urge other people to drive defensively when they are on our roads.
George, let me just draw you back a little bit. You mentioned Kwame Sefakan was the first person you called, and because of the
and I mean, it struck me that, listen, man, the guy was waking up at 4 o'clock. He's not the only person I know, even though he's the first name that came to mind.
What was his reaction?
Oh man, Sefa didn't forgive himself because on his way to work he actually saw the accident, and then it struck him that that's what Kofi was talking about. You know, he did not forgive himself. Sefa's been my guy from day one. You know, we have that affinity for each other. So I can just imagine what was running on his mind. Yeah.
Looking at the situation now, what would you advise road users, particularly vehicle users?
I think we all ought to, because I still drive. We all ought to be very cautious when driving. Trust no one. Drive defensively, and don't trust anyone who's driving around you. You know, see the next person as a mad guy who's probably going to drive into your car or anything. Leave enough space between you and whoever is in front of you, and also observe the speed limit on our roads. Don't take things for granted, because the truth is, once you're not driving very fast, you can take care of anything that happens. If it's sudden, you can always avoid an accident, unless if it's coming from behind. But if it's right in front of you and you can see what's ahead, if you're not driving very fast, you can always avoid.
Or under the influence.
Yeah, or under the influence. Yes. And I have to say this. I'm actually saying this for the first time. It's good you brought that up, because I was from a friend's drinker. I don't drink a lot, but I had a little to drink. You know, I had a little to drink. So that's also, thank you for that. You know, drinking and driving. You know, I think it doesn't. That's probably why I could not even tell that the car was not in motion. Exactly.
Okay.
Do you understand? I don't know about this guy who died. I don't know about this accident that happened on
the Tesano.
The Tesano accident. I don't know about what happened. You know, whether it was the same kind of thing. But let me say, maybe if I had not taken in some alcohol, I would have known that the car was, you know, because I thought it was in motion. I thought it was a truck. You know, most of them drive around even at night with no lights on. You know, but I thought it was in motion. You know.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for sharing.
You're
your
welcome.
experience.
You're welcome. Thank you very much too. Yes, for this opportunity to share my story to other people.
Right. So yeah, you heard Kofi Ochedakun, fashion designer, prominent one at that, sharing his experience on GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Do not drink and drive, no matter how small the drink may be, and do not speed. Per the statistics from the NTTD and National Road Safety Authority, chunk of the accidents that occur on our roads happen at night. So let's be extra cautious in our vehicle usage and as road users. My name is Lord Harisudo Asare, and this has been another edition of the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign Series. Do join us for subsequent ones. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube platform at GhanaWeb TV. On Facebook, it's the GhanaWeb, same on Twitter. Send us your videos of some of the things that you may see around that may not help in the campaign.
I'm delighted to be supporting the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Let's be brutally frank. We are losing too many of our compatriots. The last time I checked the statistics, at the end of April, 1,034 Ghanaians had lost their lives to road crashes. We cannot continue on this trajectory. More people have died on our roads than COVID has killed during this pandemic period. That's really striking. We cannot continue doing the same thing and yet expect different results. Expect that some way, somehow, we'll reverse this deadly trend. We need to end the fatalities. We need to end the road crashes. We all now must take greater responsibility. Make sure our cars are serviced, our brakes are serviced regularly. We must ensure that as car owners, we do not hand over our cars to drivers or to our children who have not been properly licensed to use our vehicles. And let us just watch the speed and be extra cautious on our roads. Let's obey road traffic regulations and respect the signage on our roads. The carnage, the fatalities cannot continue. We must end the mass murder that is going on in our country due to road traffic accidents. It has to end, beginning from me, beginning from you. So let us do right and let us save lives.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you funny face. It's not my brother. Funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
said that a photo is worth 1,000 words, and memories are timeless treasures of the heart. In this edition of People and Places, my guest and I will take you back in time to experience some of these beautiful memories. We are at the oldest photo studio in Ghana, located in Jamestown in Accra. And this place has some of the most interesting photographs and memories you could ever think of. I have some wonderful people who would help us go through these photos and tell us the story and history behind the establishment of this place. I am Wanda Ami Hagan, and thank you for making time with us on this episode of People and Places. After the break, we'll meet our guests and get right into the gist. Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us. So our guest is Mrs. Kate Tamaklo. She's the granddaughter of J.K. Bruce Vanderpoy, the owner of this studio. And now she's in charge of running and manning the place to ensure that it's in good shape and available for you and I, to have access to it. So we are having a conversation with her, and thank you again for having us here. You have a wonderful place.
Coming.
Great. Okay, so I just want to know how old this studio is.
We are in 2021, so Diogratia's studio is 98 now.
98.
Turning 99 in November and 100 next year.
Wow. This is way older than, it was established way before some of us were born.
Established in 1920.
And yet it still looks good. You're doing well with keeping the place,
Thank you.
I must say. Tell us a little about the studio. You've told us when it was established, but who established it?
It was established in 1922 by my grandfather, J.K. Bruce Vanderpoy.
Who was he?
My grandfather was a photographer. He started taking photos when he was 23.
Okay.
He had a passion for taking photographs of people, and then he was able to establish the photo studio in 1922 and called it Diogratia's Studio.
Okay.
Which means in Latin, thanks be to God.
Okay.
So he was finally able to establish it, which excited him. So he named it Diogratias, meaning thanks be to God.
Okay, but why did he name it Diogratias?
Well, I wasn't there, but my dad did tell me that he had a very difficult childhood. His parents were not very wealthy. So when he took to photography and he realized he could afford to buy a camera and take pictures of people and earn a living, he was excited. So he decided to thank God by naming it Diogratias, which means thanks be to God.
Okay, and what was his motivation?
I think he admired what people wore, what he could see. It was like, I think I can take pictures of all these people and, look at them later. People would come in and he would share what he took or the experience he had at either a festival or some other place of interest.
Okay. Was your grandfather Ghanaian?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, then it was an interesting choice of a name. A Ghanaian naming his studio in Latin.
Yes, I don't know the history very well, but I think those days, Latin played a large role as well in the English language, so he must have picked it from there.
Okay.
I'm assuming, yeah.
Okay, but do you know when he took the first photo?
Ooh. 1922 is a long time ago. I've seen a lot of very old pictures in the archives. But which particular picture he took in that year will be difficult to tell.
Okay.
Yes, but I look at them and I look at their hairstyle and the clothes they wear, and I assume maybe amongst 100, one of them was the first.
Okay.
Yeah.
When did your grandfather stop taking pictures altogether? Do you know that?
I think that must have been in the late or early 80s.
Okay.
Yes, when his health, he wasn't too well.
Okay.
That is when I believe he stopped taking photographs, because going out, was not easy for him. Yeah.
And from that time, did he hand over to anybody?
Yes, he did hand over to my dad. My dad was the engraving manager at GTP. Okay. He was in charge of the print on the Dumas. What do you call it? The Dumas print.
Yeah.
He was in charge of that in the engraving department. So when
your dad's name is?
I.H. Bruce van der Poy.
Okay.
Isaac Hudson Bruce van der Poy. So when his dad, when he was beginning to get much older and not too well, he asked his son, please, you need to come back to the studio and help me, or more or less take over the studio and continue what he started.
Okay.
Yes.
Was your dad the first son, or
no?
Why did he have to take over? And did your grandfather have any other children who helped with the studio?
Yes, my dad was sent abroad by Kwame Nkrumah to study photography.
Okay.
So obviously he knew what it was all about. So that's why he asked him in particular to come back. My uncle also studied photography, but he was younger. No, sorry, he was older. But I don't know, he just chose my dad to come in. But they did work together for some time.
Your uncle and your dad?
Yes, and my dad, yes.
Okay, and where are they now?
My dad is 86 and he's doing fine.
Okay.
But unfortunately, my uncle passed on several years ago.
Okay, so your dad handed over to you?
Yes, unfortunately, he's suffering from glaucoma.
Okay.
So obviously he cannot see the lovely pictures anymore. So I am in charge at the moment. But if I'm able to describe the pictures very well, we still talk about them. Yeah.
Okay. And before we end and go through the photographs around here, it's been, you mentioned, over 90 years.
Exactly.
Do people still come here?
There are two categories of people that come here. You have those who are from the immediate surrounding. They still come in to take maybe their passport pictures, or maybe there's a festival happening around and they are all dressed up. So they come in and have their photograph taken. And then there are the tourists who come around, want to know about the studio, the history, so those are the other category of people who come here. Or there are students, foreign students who are working on their thesis, then they come in here, or research, and then we help them with that.
You mentioned people come here to take photographs from time to time.
Yes.
That means you still have photographers. Like
yes.
Who does the picture taking now?
Oh, there's a lady here we have, she's called Charity. She does very good. She does very well. They come in all dressed up and she takes their photograph.
So we have like studio photographs and passport pictures.
Yes.
Okay.
Some people also come in and ask her to go into the field. Maybe there are parties happening, engagements, then she goes with them.
To capture the moment.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So the studio has never really shut down.
That's great to know.
Yeah.
And talking about tourists, which kind of people come here more often? Are they foreigners, or do Ghanaians patronize this place a lot?
Not so much Ghanaians. Usually the Ghanaians would come with the foreigners because they have expressed interest. Yes. So I must say very few Ghanaians, come in here to have a look at the pictures. But when they do come in, they're very fascinated.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of photos. I'm sure there are a lot more, in the archives. And we'll get into that a little after the break. But thank you for sharing the story about your grandfather and the establishment of this place. It's an interesting story.
Thank you.
All right. And so that's Mrs. Tamaklo telling us a little bit about this place. But there's more. So stay with us as we go for this quick break. We'll be right back.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
This is still People and Places. Thank you for staying with us. And now we are going to do a tour of the gallery. We just want to see some of the, historical pictures they have here. Each picture has a story and has a memory, and we are going into that. To help us do that, we have Kofi Yeboah here. He has been working here for a while, and he's also a historian. And so he'll help us do that. How are you, sir?
Very good.
Great. And so how long have you been here?
Okay, I think my outings to actually get pictures to complement the story I was doing on Kwame Nkrumah brought me a couple of days ago, years ago, and from that time on, I'm so much in love with these black and white pictures, the histories behind them, because trust me, this pictures actually chronicles the history, in fact, the modern history of the Gold Coast, from 1922 into the 50s, Kwame Nkrumah's birth. In fact, there are pictures here. Kwame Nkrumah at 17 years old, Kwame Nkrumah at Chimota and all of that. So yes, it's fascinating, and from that time on, I've not been able to let it go.
So it means you've had some of the pictures here complement your
Absolutely,
your work.
yes. I have a large book on Kwame Nkrumah called Kwame Nkrumah, the man who took the first piece of Britain's African empire. And most of the pictures here are from the studio.
Wow. Would have a look at that book. But for now, we just want to see what we have here.
Okay. So this is Opera Cinema, this is Orion Cinema. These were a chain of cinemas dotted around the country those times, Picona, some in the northern region, and all over. And so these are pictures that were taken at the time. I think until the advent of all this cheap, if you like, Panasonic's, VCR and stuff, all this, how do you call it, cinemas are now gone into obscurity. So this is Jamestown as it was probably in the 30s into the 40s. Okay. The slave trade was over. These were piers that were made to bring cocoa and palm oil from the hinterlands to the coast to be transported to Europe and all of that. So this is a beehive of activity. You still will see these piers, there today, though there is a, that sort of renovation going on. So this is what Jamestown looked like. This could be a regatta. This were the spectators, and I think you still have this raised, if you like, platform today, and that's what the picture looks like at the time. And all these ones are done. In fact, they are down now, and you only see a representation of this metallic structure. Now this is glamour, as we know. It's this how do you call it, shops at Mokola. This is what it looks like at the time. Now this is Macmillan, British Prime Minister, the wind of change in South African Parliament. He was here in the Gold Coast, and at the time you have this boats, if you like, boat riders or boatsmen who goes deep into the sea and brings in the passenger, carrying the passenger, because the ship wouldn't come so much to shore, that way it's going to shipwreck. And so it is going to park in the roads, and then these men are going to have an empty chair, hoist you on it and bring you. So this is Macmillan here at Jamestown. Okay? Now, so this is the old Parliament with Kwame Nkrumah's statue in front of it. Then you come to this one quickly. This is Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana's first beauty pageant, Madame Monica Amekwefia. In 1957, as part of the independence celebrations, there was the Miss Ghana Beauty Pageant.
In 1957?
Absolutely. And the one who won it was Madame Monica Amekwefia. And they always actually had their number 9, if you like, thing from her, because her number was number 9, she was an Ewe.
Oh, okay.
And so number 9 is not probably the thing about the 9th region on the, this is just Madame Amekwefia who wore the number, absolutely, she was Ewe. So Ghana's first beauty pageant was an Ewe. Okay, and then this is, what's the name? Holy Spirit, is it? This cathedral, Trinity Cathedral, that is some few minutes walk from here. This is what it looks like. You can see the beach in the background. Okay, this is a picture, this is a deeply relevant picture that was taken in 1948. Now, this is what you could call the nationalists of the Gold Coast, who were made to appear before what they call the Western Committee. The Western Committee was invited into the Gold Coast in 1948 by the British colonial administration to actually investigate the disturbances on 24 February 1948. They actually saw the death of what's the name, Sergeant Ajete, Corporal Tipo, and all of that. And so these are the Gold Coast nationalists at the time, those who the colonial government actually seized as being the reason why that disturbance actually happened.
Okay.
Now, this is J.B. Dankwa. Okay, this is Kwame Nkrumah. Now, this is Akufo-Addo's dad, called Edward Akufo-Addo. So this is Akufo-Addo's uncle.
And then dad.
And this is Akufo-Addo's mom.
Oh,
and this is their lawyer called Dingle Foot. Dingle Foot is a British lawyer who came representing them. This is Akwa Jay. This is Thurston Kofi. This is Awuno, and all of that.
So many great people in one photograph.
Absolutely. So in this picture, our current president, this Mr. Vivian, and a businessman who was part of the Gold Coast, how do you call it, nationalist effort and arrangement.
Okay.
And so this picture was taken before they appeared at the Western Committee. At the Western Committee, left Kwame Nkrumah with the baby and water in his hand, because they said until he arrived in the Gold Coast on the 24th of December 1947, everything was not what it was at the time. The nationalist zeal and fervor was not in there. So this is a historic picture that was taken before that. Our current president alone had about 3, if you like, relations in there. That's the mother who gave birth to him. That's his dad, and that's the great granduncle or something. Okay. Now, this picture was taken in
Independence Day.
1957, but not 6th March. Because this picture was taken midnight. That's the 5th of March. That's what we call the Polo Grounds. And this picture is peculiar because Mr. Van der Poel was there, and he did it by himself, and it has not actually found its way probably on the internet.
So this is not the normal we see.
This is the picture, but with a different angle. See Kwame Nkrumah with the hand, if you understand, and see how this Krobedu say, this Kujubu Tiu, and then this
so he was there to witness it himself.
Yes, he was there. Yes, he was there himself. Yes.
Great.
So forget about this. How they call it? The story on the ex-servicemen's program that actually brought the Western Committee in. We are just told by Madame that her father happened to be a friend of J.B. Dankwa. And so when this happened, J.B. Dankwa immediately called in the studio.
J.K. Bruce was a friend of J.B.
Yes. And J.K. Bruce was on the spot at the crossroads where there was blood in the sand. Apparently, Imre, the police superintendent, has shot into this crowd that were demonstrating peacefully to see how they call it, the governor. He must
have been very brave then.
Absolutely. So we are told he actually came into the studio to pick pictures and any evidence he could find to actually help their case before the Western Committee. And this is the man who did all of this, who actually gave us the opportunity of the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, and what it says with Gold Coast modernity. Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
And that's Auntie Kate's dad. That's Mr. Isaac Hudson Van der Poel, who continues this legacy. And so from here, you're going to see pictures that actually chronicle.
Just before you go on, I see a younger version of him.
Yes.
Was this?
I think when he might have been in Germany, because he did a photographic program in Germany sponsored by Kwame Nkrumah. So that picture might have been taken in Germany.
Right.
And so yes, you're going to find these pictures that will give us a certain degree of historical chronology of the Gold Coast. It was not all that people think it was. It was a society of, if you like, men and women who knew what time it is or what time it was within that time frame. And so at the time, what it was is that photography was a big deal. And so if you find someone taking pictures, what it means that the person is well-to-do. And photography was centered here on the coast. And so it could have been difficult for Mr. Van der Poel to go into Hinterland, probably Kumasi, the northern region, and take pictures and stuff. And so most of these pictures are spelling what it was with the thing of influence and big manism and that sort of thing. So you're going to see Red Spots band, you're going to see E.T. Menson's band and all of that. And I'm telling you, at the time, this was privilege. Okay, now this is Kwame Nkrumah again at Achimota, and the year is 1929. And this is young Kwame Nkrumah.
Yeah, okay, that's a rare photo.
Absolutely, yes. And so Bruce Van der Poel was at Achimota, probably the official photographer of Achimota School, and he was able to see Kwame Nkrumah when he came to Achimota very new, when he was about 17 years old, freshly fetched from the forest of Nkrofo, throughout his time and becoming prime minister, coming back. Now look at this picture over there with the rest of the, how do you call it, Ghanaian statesmen. Very young man. And so this man saw Kwame Nkrumah like this. In fact, I have a picture of him in this Ntoma stuff. He saw Kwame Nkrumah this way, and then this guy was in the States for 10 years, was in the UK for 12 years, came back, and this man was still taking photos. So you can imagine, from one end to the other. And I believe in 1972 when Kwame Nkrumah died, J.K. Bruce Van Der Poel was still alive. Yeah. Okay, so these are musical bands. This is a picture of Akwaje. Akwaje reputed to be the man who actually gave the idea about Kwame Nkrumah coming in. This is a picture of probably some colonial officials or some members of the Asian community, which was very huge here in the Gold Coast and all of that. This is the Jamestown chief called Nia Bebio. Okay, this could be some society brothers and all of that. So, and this is the chief of how do you call it? This is again Mancha Bebio with colonial authorities. I can see Governor Hutchinson, who was a governor of the British governor of the Gold Coast some time ago. And then you have this beautiful background that most pictures were taken against. Like this little girl. This girl sat on this very chair and took this picture. So the chair is still here. It could be in the 30s or something. And this could be the daughter of some colonial official somewhere. You understand? This is a picture that was taken in someone's home, probably a certain ruling family. And then
I assume this chair is also as old as
exactly. These are all historical pieces that shouldn't be allowed to actually pass under the carpet that way. Yeah. And you have some secret societies, like it is the Independent Order of Good Templars. Yes, taken in the 30s. There's a girls' guide sort of group. And then there's a famous picture of a judge called Manu Plange. Manu Plange was, I think, a justice of the Supreme Court. There's a picture of a family. Recently, some people are coming in, they are able to identify their forebears within their fathers and their mothers are all in this picture. And that sort of thing. Yeah, so this studio is speaking loudly, a language that you'll not be able to hear until those who have the nexus comes in. People are coming in, they're telling you, please, this is my grandmother, this is my grandfather, and all of that. I'm holding this how they call it, a collage, because I wanted to show you JB Dankwa. So JB Dankwa was in the studio. This is him fully in his loyalty. Yes, he's a friend to the founder of the studio, J.K. Bruce. So he was here. These pictures were taken in the studio. That's him.
Wow.
Yes. This one probably outside. Yes, in his heyday. Yeah. And what it is that he was a good friend to the old man, and so that was an opportunity for the old man to explore, get to places that he wouldn't have been able to get to without that sort of connection. So yes.
What would you tell me are some of the biggest events that J.K. Bruce covered?
5th March 1957, Polo Grounds. The other one is the visit of the Queen in the 60s. You understand? Another one could be, how do you call it, the coming in of the British Prime Minister. What I have shown you before we got to this place, and many if you like, occasions that we've not been able to
capture.
Not only capture, but discover. Because like Auntie Kate is telling you, these pictures were taken on glass plates.
Okay, so what exactly does it mean to capture pictures on a glass plate?
Okay, yes, so this is what a glass plate looks like. And so glass plates probably was the beginning of the processing that is going to give you the picture it should give you. And so this is a picture that is printed and is in this studio. And so I'd like you to see this picture. And so this is the Kolebu laundry. And so look at it. So this is what it is. This is the negative, if you like, but we call it glass plate. We're not calling it film like it used to in the 90s into the 2000s. And so this is a glass plate. That is the picture that is printed over there.
And that's the image of?
Yes.
Of which facility?
This is what we call the Kolebu laundry. And I think it's still present. Yes. So the picture we'll get on this one. Then after the processes, you get it that way. And so we came to meet what you call the negative that could be rolled into your pocket or into a little receptacle. But this one is this way, stern and hard as anything.
Okay, so there was this one before there was a film.
Absolutely, yes. Today they are all out of use. And so this is where, if you like, the exposure or the processes that is going to lead to the final print are done on the glass plate.
So this is the machine.
Absolutely, this is the machine that was used to do the exposure. And I think with some other processes in the dark room, then ultimately you're going to get your black and white picture the way it is today. So yes, the Dio Gratias is hugely, if you like, a repository of not only ancient history but modern history, modern Gold Coast history, and I think we should not lose sight of
you
that.
mentioned a number of big events J.K. Bruce covered.
Yes.
But did he happen to be at any event when the revolution was happening?
I think his son did. Auntie Kate that Isaac Hudson did. Yes. We have seen pictures of President Rawlings and Carline, all of that, and so that could be the subject matter of a different day. Yes. So this is the Queen's visit here in the Gold Coast, and again, J.K. Bruce Vanderpoel was there, you know, exposing how they call it, pictures for the benefit, yes, for the benefit of us today. These are beautiful pictures of probably Ghanaian maidens. Recently, this headgear or headwear became a subject of scrutiny. We are all like, how did this one come about? The thing looks like a coconut husk saw, but somewhere along the line,
or a mushroom.
Yes, we are able to learn this is a combination and overuse, if you like, over time, putting together of hairs and creams in them and stuff like that. They get that one.
I see.
So the women of the times will wear this one before they are seen as, if you like, as modern as they could be. Yeah. There is another picture that Auntie Kate keeps on, if you like, narrating to us about this British soldier, the first Ghanaian man to be commissioned into the British Army. And this picture was here. The daughters came around and immediately got it and said, this is me, and this is my dad. And so that's the fascination this studio actually gives. This is Kwame Nkrumah, the height of his powers. And you see Krobo say, you see Afro Bedi, the Minister of Finance and all of them. Krobo at the time was the Minister of Agric. And so you see, I think, a minister without portfolios. So these are Coco and that sort of thing. Yes, this a boxing fraternity. Yes, this is what we call the Standfast Sports Association. That was established in 1947. I think it's out of style and fashion. And so now this is Stanley Matthews, a renowned British footballer who visited, I believe, the National Sports Council at the time. Now this picture is very historical. Why is it so? This picture might have predated independence 1957 and all of that, because you find Governor Hutchinson and all of them here. You understand? This is probably the Joint Provincial Council of whatever it is, or what it was, if you like, a mixture of colonial administrators and Gold Coast representative ruling the Gold Coast. So immediately you see J.B. Dankwa. Where are you? This is J.B. Dankwa. So J.B. Dankwa was part of, exactly, yes. He was a Gold Coast elite. He was a lawyer. He was looked up to when matters of Gold Coast actually services and stuff like that. And so this picture is immensely relevant and deeply historical. And then again, this is a businessman. I'm told, is it Pambros? Leventis, I think they are Greeks. Okay, so this is a chief. This is the Minister of Finance, Agbeli Bedema. This is the French ambassador. This is Achimhene Oforiata. This is J.K. Bruce Vanderpoel, the founder of the Dio Gratia studio on his horseback. And this is a picture of the Dio Gratia studio itself. Yeah.
But does J.K., I mean the son of J.K., Isaac, does he have a photograph here with Mrs. Kate?
With the daughter?
Tamaklu,
a lot of pictures, family pictures. I think she'll have to fetch one for you shortly. There is a picture of their dad, their mom, and all of that. Okay, good. These are family pictures. This is probably a depot right, or if you like, Samotofuyo right, right, that held for girls who are actually getting into their puberty. And that sort of thing. Then there's a picture everybody loves. This is a picture of a Jamestown Queen with her attendant taken in the 1930s.
Jamestown Queen?
Yes.
Oh, so this is how the culture was at the time?
Absolutely. Her attendants, most of them goes bare-chested and that sort of thing. And wherever they go, if you read the history of the Akaibi, you actually understand what I'm saying. Women actually go along with the queen, and they attend to her and that sort of thing. Yes. So Kwame Nkrumah again with the queen of the British queen and head of the Commonwealth, with the husband Prince Philip, who died recently, and then with the mayor of Accra at the time. Okay. Now again, this picture has here the father and mother of the former mayor of Accra, the mother of the former mayor of Accra, Nunu Abate Ifeu. He came into the studio recently and he was able to identify that. And then again, the mother of the former chairman of the CPP, and his name is a Ladin Islander.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So again, it is not too far away from us.
Okay.
You understand?
You've shown us around and giving us a bit of history.
Yeah.
I'm actually in a history class today.
Sure.
But do you happen to know how many photos in total you would have? Of course, the photos displayed here may just be a part of what you have.
Yes.
There are others in the archives which cannot fit in here.
Exactly.
But would you have an idea?
Yes, Auntie Kate has, if you like, so much on a laptop.
Okay.
She scanned some of this glass plate. I think she was able to get access to a printer, or if you like, a scanner that could actually do this trick about the glass plate. So she's been able to scan most of them, and they are sitting on her system. There are pictures, she just pops up and it's like, you know, you never believe or you never knew this was part of the collection. So yes, and again, like I said earlier, most of the glass plates, because those who lived around did not know or understood its essence whatsoever it is, most of them have been destroyed. But apart from that, she has pictures that
Quite
we
a
can
number.
fall on, yes, to tell a very strict chronological history of the Gold Coast from the 1920s.
Over 400, maybe 500 pictures here.
If I'm not going to exaggerate, to over 1,000.
Okay.
Pictures taken from
That's a lot.
1922 to the 70s into the 80s, when Rollins had his school and all of that. This is a whole
1,000.
yes, this is a whole museum, if you like. Yes, so
Great.
yes.
Okay, so Kofi, you've told us a lot about this historic edifice.
Sure.
And the number of photos we have
Sure.
here. But I think I've seen some cameras in this cabinet
Display.
of glass. Yes. Can you tell us a little about them? Which of them was used by J.K. Bruce? Which of them was used by Isaac? And do you know their functions, if I may ask?
Okay. That's a tall order, and that's a task that probably Auntie Kate will be able to, do us the honor. But this way, you could be able to, you know, say today that these cameras are antiquated, but in their time, they were the best, camera, photo pieces, and that's often, yes. I believe these cameras that were older than this one were used by J.K. Bruce Vanderpoy, and this ones might have been used by his son, because this one looks a bit modern than what is up there. Yes, and trust me, you know, in those times, this could be the best you actually could lay hands on to take pictures. And so, from the shutter speed of these cameras, we have all the pictures we have here, and probably beyond. You know, and again, at the time, trust me, it's a big deal to actually have such pieces of machines or machinery that could capture images the way they did now. So you might be looking at them this way, but trust me, they have done a human's job and help us to actually get a peep into what it was in the past, which is so important. We were not there, but today we have seen what happened, you know, in the times, and we can put our pencil through it and if you like, string it beautifully as we've been able to see it today.
Right. That's a lot of details about what you have here in the studio.
Sure.
But you know, there's still more here on the show. We give you everything you need to know. We don't just serve you half of the details. So there's still more. And we have another wonderful person who will be speaking to shortly. But Kofi, thank you for sharing this bit of history with us.
Cheers. I'm a friend to the studio.
Great.
And trust me, there is no place here in this country that you can be able to find such collection.
Thank you once again. I have with me Mr. Daniel Awuli Tete. He is also a historian and an archivist. He has some more details to tell us and give us context and perspective as far as these pictures are concerned. Welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you very much.
And many thanks for speaking to us.
Thank you.
What do the pictures here represent for Ghana?
Right. The pictures here are very important for the history of the Gogos, what used to be the Gogos and is now Ghana. Right? You see that all the pictures here can be put into 3 categories.
Okay.
1, political pictures. 2, economic pictures.
Okay.
3, socio-cultural pictures. And I would like to give a little bit of historical details, with regard to the 3 categories that I've given you.
Okay.
Now, first, we must know why this place is called Jamestown and what Jamestown actually stood for. During the pre-colonial, colonial, and then the independence and post-independence, right? Jamestown was established as far back as 1672 by a British company called the Company of Royal Adventurers of England Trading with Africa. Now that company was started by the King of England called King Charles II to supply 3,000 African slaves to the British West Indies and the Americas. So they had a mission, the company had a mission for coming here. Now, the leader of the company was called James Stuart. James Stuart was the brother of King Charles, and he happened to be the largest shareholder in the company. So he was made the governor of the company. So when they landed, it's a long story, but I'll try and make it very brief for you. When they landed here, they got the land which belonged to a clan called the Sempe clan. The Sempe people had their deity there called Oyeni, which is still there. But then the agreement was that they would be allowed every year to go and worship their god, which was inside the fort. Right? So when the fort was completed, it was named after James. And that's how we got the name Jamestown. Of course, yes. There had been another Jamestown in the US. Right? But that one is spelled Jamestown as one word. But this one is James, one word, and town, one word.
The town of James.
Yes, the town of James. And normally we would like to distinguish between Jamestown in the US and Jamestown in Ghana. So we call it Jamestown, British Accra.
Okay.
So most of the old folks know this place as Jamestown, British Accra. Jamestown, British Accra, because there was Dutch Accra, which is the next, European colony. Dutch Accra, established by the Netherlands, and that's where we have the Fort Krivecois, which is now known as the Usher Fort. Then there was another European colony, which was the Danish Accra, and that's where we have the Christiansborg Castle. Right? Of all these 3 colonies, Jamestown became the primus inter pares because the English wanted to build Jamestown as a demonstration of British power and majesty and trade.
Okay, Mr. Fete, that's you going into details about Jamestown. But we want to take that, I think it's a whole story on its own.
Yes.
The history of Jamestown. And we'll get into that maybe in another subsequent episode. But you mentioned in the beginning of the conversation, you mentioned 3 separation. So 3 things that the pictures represent. You mentioned economic, you mentioned political. Can you delve into details?
Yes. Politically, these pictures, or some of these pictures depict the struggle for independence. Now, Kwame Nkrumah was, we've been told, was part of the Big Six. Now, after the 28th February shooting, the Big Six were arrested, and some were put at Usher Fort, and then some were put at James Fort. Kwame Nkrumah was put at James Fort, and it was there that when the elections were held in 1954 or so, he won, and then he was released to come and form the government machinery, right? So that is a bit of the political history that I'm talking to you about. Then Kwame Nkrumah stood at Jamestown. By then it was known as Asedu Keteke. He stood there to contest the election, right? He stood there to contest the election. Then some of the important events that took place in the political struggle took place in Jamestown, a particular place called Palladium. I don't know whether you've heard of the Palladium Cinema. These were some of the places where they were holding some of their meetings, right? And so Jamestown played a very important role in the political development and organization of Accra, right? Then economically, because the harbor was here, Jamestown became the big hive of economic activities. 24/7, the community that never slept. Ships were coming, goods were coming, cocoa, manganese, everything was passing through Jamestown, right? And that brought about a whole gamut of life, nightlife, CV hotel, people were enjoying themselves on weekends. There were bands playing GT, Mensa, Ramblers, and what have you. And you had all kinds of people, in Jamestown. Then there was, how will I describe it? A very good transport system where the workers those working in the harbor, and then those who were doing all kinds of businesses were all coming to Jamestown, right? So the transport system was said that it was so good. There were buses, going around, from Jamestown to the outskirts, Choko, and then to Labadi, and then back, right? 24 hours, right? We had the harbor police, the marine police. All these people were in Jamestown. Then finally, as far back as 1672, this leader of the Alata people called Osho, whose name was later on changed to Wechekojo, became so influential that he asked his English masters, please, can you get me a school for my people? You people are well educated, and that's why you've managed to come all the way from England to this place to come and trade with us. Can I have a school to have my people educated? So the first school, public school in the Gogos was established in Jamestown, which became known as the Accra Royal School. You see some of the pictures of the Accra Royal School, maybe in your subsequent listing. So Accra Royal School became the first public school. Not that there was no education or there was no schooling, but the education that existed before the coming into being of Accra Royal School was for the children of mixed races. The white people, who married the Africans and then they had children. The people we call the Bolatos. See, so they were being given education within the forts and castles. So the ordinary people did not have access to formal education. So Accra Royal School came into being and changed all this. Right? And the school was called Accra Royal School because it was named after the company of royal adventurers of England trading with Africa.
Let's talk a little about the socio-economic.
Yeah, the socio-cultural. And like I said, with the economic activities came the social activities, because the way of life of the people, had to be maintained, right? And so the culture of the people, marriages, pregnancy, childbirth, outdooring, festivals, all these things were taking place within the context of the development of Jamestown. And these were some of the things which fascinated, the owner of Dio Grata Photo Studio. He didn't want these things to pass by, right? Much as he was capturing pictures on the political and economic, development, he was also interested in the social development of the people, especially the rituals pertaining to Homowo Festival, you know, the outdooring, you know, the, you know, Ojura Festival, you know, the Twin Festival, anything which has to do with the social and cultural development of the people, you know, fascinated him, and he had to, you know, capture this permanently, right? So maybe in future, if you come here, you will see some of these pictures.
Talking about books, Mr. Tete and Mr. Yeboah, who we spoke to earlier, they have a book, and it's a historical piece that everyone should try to get a copy of. But like you heard, he's been talking about the history of Jamestown and putting some of the pictures here in perspective. So we'll just hold on to the Jamestown story for later when we'll have time to actually go into the history of Jamestown. But thank you very, very much, Mr. Tete, for speaking to us. We're grateful for your time. So I'm sure we've all learned something intriguing from Mr. Tete, but the history bit of it will be tackled, you know, in another episode of this show. You get it right here. So just keep watching People and Places, our subsequent episodes, and you get all the information you need. But we are wrapping up, and we'll just have a brief conversation with Mrs. Tamaklo. We want to find out what plans she has and for this studio, because it's a magnificent place, and she probably has plans to renovate or expand this business. So let's speak to her. So Mrs. Tamaklo, this place is still in shape, but you know, time has gone past, and you're trying to, I think Kofi mentioned that you're trying to scan some of the pictures and other things. But do you have any plans for your studio to expand it, to make it bigger, to get more people interested in coming to see what you have here?
Definitely. One of my the things I'd really like to do is to print and publish several coffee table books, because there's so many pictures in the archive. You know, I think that's the best way to display them and portray them and show them off in coffee table books.
Coffee table books?
Yes.
What are those?
Those are books, you know, very large books where you have pictures, you know, of the studio that describe them and tell a bit of history. You know, that you can find probably in companies on their center table or anywhere you go. You know, people can just flip through. You know, you don't need to tell a long story, just a picture and what it's about.
And when people come here, do they just come to look at the pictures, or do they come to buy some of the pictures for their works?
Yes, most people come to look at it and they would like to buy it as well, you know, but for me, I hesitate to sell the pictures. You know, I would want to put them in the book, so there are several of them, and then you buy the entire book. But we've sold a few. You know, people have been very persistent and want to have the photo for their project. So we have sold a few in the past.
So when should we be looking forward to this project?
We are celebrating our 100 years next year, and obviously before that time, we hope, with the help of Kofi and Mr. Tete, be able to put together a few books before 2022.
Mrs. Tamaklo, before I leave you, your dad handed over this business to you. Do you have plans to train somebody new? Are any of your children into photography? Do you intend to hand over to them? Who do you think will take charge when you are unavailable?
Yeah, that's a big question. You know, I've been so excited myself, you know, getting involved, scanning and, you know, doing all sorts of things with the pictures where I think very little about that. But I have to know that we are all mortals, you know. My children, you know, they have little interest, you know, but sometimes they do express that interest. You know, I still hope to get them on board, you know, get them a little more interested and have a fourth generation, you know, inherit it and probably do other things, you know. But I also hope to extend this place, probably build it, build a few more floors, because there's so many pictures and we need walls to display them.
Yeah.
So have probably every floor with a different theme, that people could come in and be told the story.
Yeah. It's been wonderful speaking to you and your team, and we are grateful for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming in.
And so that's how we wrap up another edition of People and Places here on GhanaWeb TV. It's been my pleasure bringing you this episode, and thank you for making time to join all of us to hear these beautiful narrations. Until we meet in another exciting edition, stay safe and take care. I am Wanda Amihagan.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, proud blogger, and this is my forum.